Hello! How is everybody doing? Let me unmute the hologram. Hello, hello.
I was muted. That's so rude. I can't believe this.
Ah,
I'm gonna cry now.
muting is important for the starting soon screen. Would you rather you were just yapping to yourself during the intro?
Yeah, that'll make me seem like I'm crazy.
Okay, so I think that makes the muting very reasonable, surely. Okay.
I feel like I want to sound crazy.
Well, perfect topic. We have a book about contradictions. Hello, everyone. I hope you're excited for Book Yap. Hello, Turquoise, first to arrive. Very speedy. Hi, Thunder. Hi, how are you doing? Wait, oh, is that what's this? The stream streak? 35? Do I stream that much? I think I must. Sometimes I forget how often I do this. Oh my gosh, the numbers got high really quickly. Congratulations, thank you. I still haven't figured out what I'm just kind of, stream streaks are cool, but I'm like, whoa, the passage of time. Talking about the passage of time, today we're talking about the picture of Dorian Gray. That was kind of a good segue, I think. Maybe?
That would be good, yeah.
Oh, hi, Cole. How you doing? How have you been? But yes, so today is book club. Woo, books. General excitement. We currently have today's book club is our non-fiction and literary fiction book club. We normally meet on a Saturday. We have changed it to a Friday because I am going to a concert.
Yep.
Yeah. Apologies for the confusion and the inconvenience. To be fair, it was scheduled a month in advance that it would be on the Friday.
We did do this a month in advance.
Yeah, so
Hopefully.
certainly, I've got the promotional post and everything. But yeah, I get to see Mission Sunlight tomorrow, so woo. But in the meantime, almost matched in excitement, which is high praise because I've been waiting like 5 years to see them live again. We have no one pay attention to me forgetting to.
You forgot to change the
I forgot to change. Be right back. Look, we're going on a journey. We're so excited. We are.
Surely you changed the like nominations
No,
page, right?
the funniest thing is I did all the nominations and all of next month's books and when our next meetings will be, and I forgot to change the name of the book in the description.
Okay.
So
That's funny.
yeah, that's this is what I get for doing it on
Otherwise,
a Friday.
we were gonna have to yap for quite a while.
We were, but it's fine. It's fine because look, it is as it has always been, the picture of Dorian Gray, unchanging with time. Oh heck, wait. Cool, thank you for the 12 bits. I really appreciate it. Apologies for the chaos. How are you doing? I'm good. I'm always excited to talk about books. I also have like what I don't know how you would describe them. They're not chicken nuggets per se. Well, they are, but they have added things.
Gimme.
Okay. I mean, I'm probably gonna have to put some of them in the fridge. I'm not gonna be able to eat all of them, but I'm enjoying them a lot. I hope they air fry well.
Put them in the kai instead. I'll eat all of them.
How does food work with holograms? Or are we not delving into that aspect of lore today?
I don't want to think about it. I just want food. I just want chicken nuggies.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to translate chicken nuggets as a theme to the picture of Dorian Gray. Desire and not wanting to think through the consequences or acknowledge how they impact you as a theme. So we're going to be talking about the picture of Dorian Gray, and let's first start with a little bit of a preamble. My intention for today is we normally have quite a broad structure when discussing the non-fiction and literary fiction books because they're normally informative books. It's not super often we read classics, and so as a result, the kind of historical structure that we use for the sci-fi and fantasy book club doesn't really apply, but I think to some
Nope.
extent it does in this case because we're looking at a classic rather than an informative book, and under our slightly bastardized categorization system, classics sit alongside non-fiction. Don't ask me how the categories work. I just want to read books about dragons and space, so everything else goes in the other category. So now that we've established nothing too highbrow in our justifications, let's start with the kind of setup for this book. So we will still be using the all-in-one piece review as opposed to the kind of spoiler-free review. I think, although I'm going to start talking about the structure of it. Although, ironically, the substance of the book and its individual plot isn't the part that is most engaging about this work. I think we're going to vaguely talk through the kind of structure of the book briefly as it progresses and interesting things throughout it before talking about the book as a whole, particularly its general themes and where it sits within context. So, now that we've got that kind of introduction sorted, let's talk about the setup for the book. Have you read anything else by the author? In my case, yes, but I realised that it's quite strange because I think most of what I have read and encountered Oscar Wilde by is not what he was most known for in his day, which is quite an interesting contradiction because
Yeah.
I've read The Picture of Dorian Gray before. This is the second time reading the
Same.
book. I read it around a decade ago, so quite a while between readings, not a recent reread.
Yeah.
I just saw that you got the Daily Book Redeem, Kai, and I feel the need to greet you, but I'm also confounded because you're also here, so I'm just going to
I
say
can
hello.
greet me.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Kai.
And
Welcome in.
with that relates to The Picture of Dorian Gray because the notion of the split self is the common Gothic Victorian theme. So, but yeah, so I've read this book before. This was a reread for me. And I've actually read more of Oscar Wilde's letters and more about his history as a contemporary
Oh,
figure
interesting.
rather than his poetry or plays, which is what he was more known for in his life, although he certainly
Yeah.
was famous as a figure before he was famous as a writer, particularly as a figure within the aestheticism movement, or the aesthetic movement rather. And so I have read this book by the author before, and I have quite a bit of personal framing about the author, whereas we in book club don't spend too much time looking at the book in the context of the author, and I feel like that's going to differ today. And that might just be the case where, because of the distance of time with classics and the emphasis on the creator as a marvelous and unique work, there's more emphasis to do that. But I feel like it's going to be a slightly different focus to usual, so that makes it kind of interesting. I don't know how much of Wilde's work and life you have encountered, Kai.
Okay, so I actually have read a lot of Oscar Wilde. I think most of his stuff. The Importance of Being Earnest, The Cancer of a Ghost, An Ideal Husband, all of them.
Oh, interesting.
And most of his like letters slash like about his life as well. I find it very interesting. I am a very big Oscar Wilde fan, specifically. As like Oscar Wilde, but also as like the figure that he is in not only pop culture and what he influenced in the world, but also what he stood for to a degree. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
the talk around like Oscar Wilde and like
it's
the
interesting.
stuff he influenced and created.
Yeah, I would say it's quite interesting because via his literary works, I suppose, Oscar Wilde, I think, is most recognized and associated in modern media as his figure, as his kind of figure and representation of being a gay man in history. and how he was used in the kind of following decades as the expectation of and subsequently influenced the presentation of different parts of particularly the aspects of queer culture, but also the perception and the expectation of it, and where a lot of those kind of historical tropes come from and are emphasized within his character and depiction, particularly with his two later trials. Very, very interesting figure historically, kind of facilitated by his work, but also outside of it. In a strange sense. Yeah.
Very interesting figure, an interesting person as well.
Yeah. Oh, expectations going into this book. We've both read it, so
yeah.
I actually I've talked a little bit about this before. When I reread books, especially if it's a classic or a book that I think has layers that I want to further dig into, I often go into a book with a specific theme that I want to engage with. And when I was rereading The Picture of Dorian Gray this time, I was looking at it with a focus on the aesthetic versus decadent movements, which Wilde was a part of and champion of in different parts of his life. And that made it kind of interesting, but also very confusing. And so I'm going to make a lot of open-ended statement questions about how everything's contrarian and nothing makes sense. And then I'm just going to read you the whole prologue, because then my confusion, I think, is justified in the response that was wanted. And interesting book.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's an interesting perspective to look at it through. I usually don't do that. I usually just let the book speak to me and then like see what comes out the second time I read a book. Because like obviously you connect with to me, right? When I read a book, I connect with specific things a lot faster than other things, right? So you're kind of like stupid example, Six of Crows, you connect with the characters on the first reading of it most of the time because they're very well done. Right? And you kind of just love
cast breakers.
Yeah, like so you connect with that on a first read. So when I do reread books like that, I try and see what else the story has to offer and see what jumps out at me now that I do know Casbreaker and where he goes and what happens with him and what's the idea behind the character. So honestly, I never go in looking at a specific perspective or a specific idea or theme that I want to see, but that's a very interesting way to do it. That's a very interesting theme for this book specifically as well.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about it extensively, and I have a lot of half-finished ideas, and they don't all agree with each other, which I think is what this book wants, but here I am.
Kind of what the book is. Kind of what the book is.
I have dared to engage with both the substance and the symbol, and I'm thoroughly struggling to finish my sentences as a result. So, our expectations going into the book, we're both relatively familiar with this text, and I think something which, if you haven't read The Picture of Dorian Gray, this is going to sound quite strange, but in the broader plot points, you won't be surprised at any point throughout this book, because it is mirrored in so many stories that exists today. It's a story that is very directly interpreted and referenced within other contemporary media, and so its central plot points almost becomes secondary to its content. Which it's very interesting. What does the daily book redeem?
Plot-wise.
Can I just answer this question really quick? Sorry. That's the little counter. So it tells you how many books you have collected by clicking the redeem, and it can be used as a tracker to see how many streams you have been to. With the little caveat that it got reset when I had my live 2D debut. So some people had their current score plus I think around 130 was the most. It doesn't do anything fancy. You just get like a little ding on screen. But yes, what were you saying?
Also the caveat that I just forget to click that thing, even though I'm here at every stream.
Lurking
because
hologram.
I don't click that. Honestly, 23 is probably the amount of book clubs I've been.
I was gonna say, I feel like you only click the redeem when you are on stream as like in a collab that you're in.
That's the only time I remember.
You're just like, hey, I want 2 introductions. Dania's finished introducing me on stream. Time to click the channel point. Oh heck, Tundra, you've reached a 30 stream streak. I need to get better at the alliteration of this because I find it very difficult to say words. But
that's
the numbers are getting high. Well done. I can't tell if I should. I feel like well done is the good response, but I'm also just like, oh goodness gracious, I stream at so many irresponsible times. I'm glad you could make them. Hello, Tundra. How are you doing? The
Hi,
stream streaks
Tundra.
feature is cool, though. I'm glad it got added in. Why has my review template crashed? Notion, what are you doing? Is it because we both
Hi,
have it
Dust.
open? Oh, hi,
I don't.
Dust. Oh, have you pulled for Angie yet? How's it gone? Sorry, I'm talking about Enfield. I was a button pressed. I'm glad you got your book out of the library today. Is C a good way
I'm
to say?
surprised I'm not.
Oh.
I'm surprised I'm not that into Enfield.
I am excited for the storytelling that I know the Hypergraph team is capable of, and I am just excited to take part in a game which people are excited about the release of. I think is my main motivation in it. The combat is within a family of related combat styles that is very rarely the primary pull of a game to me, but I do find the factory system interesting, and the fact that there's such a detailed and not shallow secondary mechanic of the game, I think is really fun and good. But I just want to know lore.
Sure.
I just want to know lore. I am the person who reads the 0.5 books and the prequels and the prologues and the unofficial sequels.
Same.
So I'll
Same.
read through all of Enfield.
I don't know. I'm just not that into the gameplay personally, so I've just not touched it really.
Oh, that's fair. I was gonna say
Plus, the lore is easily accessible.
Yeah, this is true. It's so much more documented than Arknights, which is kind of a shame because I do prefer the core gameplay of Arknights, but I appreciate that it's less accessible to the general gacha market than Enfield. And that's saying a lot because Enfield's kind of Factorio, so but yeah. Angie's banner is a bit less than 24 hours away. Wait, I thought it came out at the same time as her event. Is there downtime between her and Lev's banner? I finally started calling her Lev and not Surta. Everybody say well done, Denya.
Not well done, Denya. That's Surta. Screw the renames. Sorry. I'm mad.
The puppy is being an unruly alien today. Wait, I'm sure the puppy is delightful. I feel like as long as it's a puppy that's like puppy sized and not one of those giant dogs where the puppy is the size of a Labrador, if they're like a little bit hellish, it's just endearing and not like a threat to you remaining upright when they enthusiastically run into your shins.
So my dad has a parlor, a dog parlor, where like a grooming parlor.
Oh, okay.
And I saw a 4-month-old puppy that is as large as a freaking pit bull.
What the heck?
He's like 5. He's like 4 to 5 months old.
Is it like a Saint Bernard or something? What is it?
I think so, yeah. He is big. He is big boy.
She's still puppy sized. Puppy sized for her, bigger than a fully grown Chihuahua. Chihuahuas are so small. Chihuahuas stress me out, which I feel like is a strange dog to get stressed out by. But they just get so angry. But then I don't know. They're just kind of spare and small. Sometimes I worry that when people see me get grumpy at a game, that's how I feel looking at a Chihuahua, like trying to pick a fight with a wall. Anyway,
By the way, with Enfield, I'm mad about the like renames. Why? Just call her Searcher.
I think it makes sense in 2 areas. One of which is, you know how people take the Mickey out of main male interest names in romantasy books because they're all ridiculous and spelt with X, Y's, and Z's for no reason.
Yeah.
I think one of the reasons why that is done is because it makes it easily searchable and fan-created content. And so I think kind of tying into that, it's beneficial to have the characters have different names because it makes it easier to segment the content online. So when you look up a theatre or Lev guide, you don't accidentally end up with the wrong game.
I'm still mad. Especially for some of them. Some of them are like, some of them straight up does not make sense.
I'm glad we all just get to
Searcher
call
doesn't
Pog
make sense.
Pog.
Searcher doesn't make sense.
I haven't read
Because
her
it's
event
just
yet,
Searcher.
so I don't know. Well,
It's
I think
straight up Searcher. Like the Angelina one being Gilberta makes kind of sense because it's probably not Angelina, bruh. It's
okay.
probably not the same Angelina.
Okay.
Fiala?
Do you want to? Okay, I'm going to have one note where we just laugh at me and then we move on from Enfield because otherwise we will talk about that game for 5 hours, which is, you know, Gilberta? The first time I read her name, I solemnly thought for the first week it was Gibraltar, and she'd just been renamed Gibraltar. So, back to Oscar Wilde.
Oh, can I add on one that doesn't make sense? Last one that doesn't make sense, even though it's unconfirmed that it is her. But it doesn't make sense if it is her, and I think it is her because she looks exactly like her. How the hell do you rename the freaking Sui that's immortal and is definitely the same person, even if you're gonna say Searcher died somewhere and then got reborn and now it's different Searchers? The fucking Suis are immortal.
We'll
That's
have to see
Dusk.
how people got
That
to
is straight up
Enfield. We'll have
Dusk.
to see how people got to tell us.
That's Dusk.
Look,
And you cannot kill them. They're immortal.
I don't trust what's happening at the north of either planet. Okay. A small package full of anger. They are. They stress you out because they are stressed out. They made 378% of rage and 2% dog. They respect mathematics less than me, I think, in addition. Oh, were they given the original names in the beta? That makes me like it less then. That actually
It
changed
was
my
just
framing for
Searcher
it.
for a while.
Okay.
Some of them I kind of get because they were not in the beta, and I don't think they are the same character. Like, Pogranachinik is not Helliger. It's not the same. He looks like him. He is, for all intents and purposes, Helliger, but he's not the Helliger.
He's wearing his Ursus uniform under his new outfit.
Yeah, but it's not like. So, one, he's younger. Two, Helliger would have died by this point. Just time-wise, he would be dead. Some doesn't make sense though. Searcher doesn't make sense. Age doesn't work. It's just Searcher. Angelina kind of makes sense because it's not Angelina. It's like a clone of Angelina or whatever the hell they want to say, because there's the reference that it's not really Angelina. She has an Angelina senpai type vibe. That makes sense. The two that just straight up does not make sense is one, Surtur. The other one, it's Dusk. They don't.
Okay.
Makes me mad.
To make sure the hologram doesn't overheat, we're not allowed to mention Enfield for the rest of the stream, okay? Where were we up to in the introduction? Cool print stuff of the book we read. So, I read this book physically. I'm normally a big advocate for physical books because I think when I read books on paper, I interact with them in a more focused way, where something about the context of a screen or a phone encourages you to engage in the media in the way that you generally focus on the device. And so I feel like there is some correlation between me engaging more thoroughly in a book when I read it physically on paper than when I read it digitally or listen to an audiobook, at least for my digestion of it. But this one is an exception because this book's in the public domain, so you can just get a PDF of it on Google officially. You don't even have to go anywhere sketchy. And so
very easily, you can get it very easily. In fact,
this is
and very good quality ones.
Yeah, this is a good point of argument for the classics because they are accessible via public domain. One thing which I will say for the version I read, which is I read the Penguin Classics version that includes the full lists of changes to the book from its original serialized version to its later publication, and it includes an introduction and 2 appendixes, which I didn't read the second appendix because I didn't find the first one super enlightening. So yeah, but I that's the version I read. Or I feel like it's quite a easy to find version. I can put the ISBN if people can't find the exact one. But which version or printing or digital did you read?
I read it digitally. I don't know which printing I read it digitally though.
I'm assuming
I
that
can check.
the most
Let me check.
commonly found one is bu- 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 let me get the year of it up.
I read the. It's opening.
I started the version that's on Gutenberg, but I didn't have time to finish. That's fair. That's fair. The I actually used the Gutenberg version a few times because I have an awful habit of writing quotes down, but my handwriting's quite bad, and so sometimes I search the quote in a digital version so I can find it precisely again. So the Project Gutenberg version, I believe, is the um. Gosh,
Is
am I
it
gonna be
going
able
to
to find it?
open? 2011. I read the 2011 printing.
Oh, interesting. Because the main distinction is that when the book was first published as a serialized entry in a magazine or broadsheet newspaper, I forget which, and then after being out for I think around 2 years, it was published as a completed book with several changes, and it's generally the latter version that is commonly printed and referenced and discussed. The uh, the kind of book form, not just the stacking of the newspaper editions. But it's quite interesting because the newspaper editions are changed in a way that isn't just a kind of typesetting and updating, like you spotted a typo and fixed it. They're changed in a way that feels as if it's been done to combat criticism, or at least some parts of the criticism that the original received. Which I think is quite interesting considering how static you think of books as being. But yeah,
Hmm.
I will say in
Yeah, I
terms.
read the 2011 version because that's the main one that I had before.
Oh, hi Fenrir, how you doing? I will say in terms of not having time to finish this book, I read this book very slowly. For
Interesting.
yeah, this is a slow read for me. And I think my suggestion, we've got a little bit more of introduction left, but after we do the general introduction, content warnings, I think we should do characters, story, themes, writing, context as our order. And they're going to flood into each other a little bit, but I think that's the most sensible approach in regards to this book in particular.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so too.
So, if we kind of continue with introducing an establisher, okay, as mentioned, I read it physically. I specifically wanted to get one of the versions that had some of the uh, notes and context written in the time because Oscar Wilde is an author who's very referential, both in that he is known for quoting and slightly adapting an other author's work, but also in that a lot of his writing is not even attempt of veiling comments and opinions of present ideas or other personalities and authors at the time. And so the distance of history robs you of a bit of that context. So I know from having read and owned other versions of them that the Penguin Classics with comments and appendix do a really good job of labeling a lot of the points of reference in them. I will say, in this particular version, I'll read out the ISBN number so it's clear to recognize, which is 978014143957, which I found it bizarre, some of the things which I felt the need to add in the notes, but others which I thought didn't require clarification. Like they were just like, Juliet, that's the name of one of Shakespeare's tragic figures. But then there would be a reference to a kind of location or term, which I know from broader knowledge of Oscar Wilde had like connotations of being somewhere that rich gay men went in secret, but wasn't commented on in the book. And I don't know. I felt maybe it's that it's always like this, and just with having more context of the author, I noticed it more. But there was quite a few things that I was expecting to find a note or a historical context clue on, which weren't there in the notes for this one, particularly regarding any of the possibly like queer references that were in the this printed version, because that's one of the big alterations between the earlier serialized version and the final version, that a lot of the use of the word romantic and romance is removed when describing the relationship between the two side characters, and who I've referred to as the two side characters is going to prove controversial in about 10 minutes. But yes. So I believe, did you say you'd read it digitally?
Yeah, I read it digitally. I read it in the 2011 printing, which is like it's edited by, I don't remember. I remember I got it for like a thing, but yeah, I read it for the 2011 printing of it. It's pretty good. I don't know. I know there are differences between printings. Specifically, there's a lot of printings out for like specific universities or for specific study areas. Like some governments put it out as like a education, Department of Basic Education one type vibe. So I know there's a lot of differences in like forwards and stuff. I kind of want to read yours now to see what the forward and stuff
If
is.
you want, I have a very beaten up copy, because I actually found this in the wild in a charity shop, and it looks like it
Yeah.
has been thrown down at least 20 sets of stairs. So I would almost trust the postal service to handle it, which I wouldn't trust most books with. So, yeah.
I wouldn't trust the postal service.
I read all books slowly because I'm a slow reading. Honestly, same. Although I
That's
think
valid.
I've realized that I read fantasy books relatively quickly compared to the rate at which I read other genres. And I don't know if that's just because I read classics very
Interesting.
slowly and I read fantasy books slowly as a kind of relative description. But when I was swapping between, I've been reading in my own time The Left Hand of Darkness by Ursula K. Le Guin, which very good
I
book.
saw you reading that.
It's not what I would describe as like, it's very dense still. It's Le Guin's writing,
Yeah.
but I was sprinting through it compared to the amount of time I spent reading that versus reading The Picture of Dorian Gray. And I think I was trying my best to engage with both books quite thoughtfully as we read, and so they're in similar places for me to engage with, which unusual trend for me. But
That is interesting. I read all first.
and it irks me no end. I I am at peace with the fact that I'm a slow reader. I am not at peace with the fact that other people are fast readers, is how I describe my attitude. Um,
Okay, but if I was a slow reader, do you think I would have read as much as I've read?
think about how much I've read. Think about the fact that I don't sleep.
Yeah, but that's a different problem. So I also don't sleep
Exactly. So
a
it would be
lot.
almost justifiable how much you've read. But yes, so is this a translated book or revision? Not translated. I believe there are some
Not
printings out
translated.
there that are intended to be with updated English, which I for kind of turn of the previous century esque, like for the 1890s English, I'm like generally of the opinion that unless aimed at a very young age group, updating it to modern English isn't
No, I don't like it.
necessary, and I feel like it detracts from the original contents. Yeah,
Agreed.
there is certainly a point in time where you have to update Old English to modern English for it to be legible. But it's
Yeah,
if you look back up at old enough English, it's just kind of like confused German. So there is a point where Old English becomes illegible even to the most classic enthusiast reader. Um, it has changed a lot linguistically with the further French and Romantic languages influences on it.
yeah,
But anyway,
yeah.
to me, that line isn't in the 1890s. So, me having beef with certain publishing practices aside, this is kind of a revision in that, as you mentioned earlier, it was originally a serialized story, as many of the famous books of the time were, and Wilde himself edited it and released the condensed book version, which is the most commonly referenced one today. Yeah. Any other notes on the format of the book? I
Nope.
have one, which
Yeah.
is if you haven't read this book and you're interested in going away and reading it after this book, in the kind of book format of it, it has a preface. Don't read this as a preface, read it at the end of the book.
Yeah.
The
I agree with
preface
that.
does a disservice to the book by being at the start. But once you have digested the themes in the gradual and less confrontational manner of the book itself and not the preface, it is more impactful. Whereas I think you could read the preface and not want to read the book, whereas reading it and reflecting on it at the end enriches the story.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I say
I
this
like
because
that idea. But
I read the preface and I was like, oh dear God, maybe I regret going back to read this book because I was excited about it, but this preface has annoyed me. And then I like waited a day or two and started reading the book and remembered that I liked the book. The preface is interesting and adds to the book, but it adds to the book with the context of knowing the full story and writing. In a
yeah,
vacuum, it is not my favorite collection of words. Um, I'm not very engaged by contrarian writing, so yeah. Uh, do you have any other notes on the book's format, how we read it, or like general pet peeves? Um,
not particularly. I do agree with that. You should read the preface secondly, though.
yeah.
Lost.
Mhm.
You should read that Lost. Kind of
Yeah.
because, like, the way it was released, that was what was written Lost to a degree.
Yeah, the preface didn't exist in its original publication. It was
That only
added
came
on.
into print. Yeah, that only came to print when he like edited together. So,
Mhm.
yeah. So don't read that. I agree. I didn't even think about it because I usually skip it. I usually the insane thing to me when I reread books is I usually skip like prefaces or like like those sections you sometimes get in front of books, especially books that's like a second printing of it. You
Mhm.
get that like while I was writing this, I was thinking of I skipped that shit. I skip it if I have read it once before.
Even the Van der Sande ones, because he's written a
Okay,
few
no,
of
that's
those.
no, no. I don't skip Brandon Sanderson's
There
ones.
we go. Um, okay.
I
Uh,
also don't skip them when like R.F. Kuang does them or like Ursula K. Le Guin's.
mhm. I generally enjoy going back to reading them at the end of the book, and I'll only read them at the start if I already know and trust and engage with the writing of the author. Because
Same.
it's like a commonly presented idea, but the whole sell your book to us in one sentence, if I could sell it in a sentence, it wouldn't be a very interesting book, kind of, if you can
Yeah.
summarize it in that way. And I think that prefaces can do a disservice when seen as an introduction rather than a kind of highlight. And
Yeah.
so I unless you are already going to engage with the author in like full good faith of if the lack of nuance it is kind of forced on the format of prefaces and their brevity, I tend not to read them, and sometimes I go back and read them afterwards. But yeah.
That is of normalized trends recently, and it's kind of weird to talk about it in a book that's in 1890, but it happened back there as well.
Mhm.
I hate how normalized and like the idea of like selling your book in a sentence is. It is
The one that gets to me is just like, sell your
it's
book with 3
stupid.
tropes, and it's not even a full sentence. It's just enemies to lovers, dark academia,
It pisses me off.
academic rivals. Anyway,
If I didn't see the like use behind genres for like classifying things, I would say fuck genres and just eliminate all of them. Take all of them away. No more dark academia, like enemies to love. Eliminate all of them. All of them gone. Just gone.
the
No more of that.
discussion of the necessity of genre in the internet age is interesting, and I think it's most apparent
Yeah,
in music rather than books because there's more popular engagement with music.
true.
But that's a story for a different day because I will talk for hours about that. Um,
Yeah, same.
jumping
It
into
did lead to one trend. It led to
mhm.
one trend that I loved, by the way. I saw it in my local bookshop a while ago.
Oh,
Um, my local area. Um, there's this new trend in bookshops that some bookshops engage with that I love. Uh, no cover. The cover you like wrap the book in like paper.
oh,
So you don't see the
yeah,
cover, you don't see any like thing of like selling the book. There's no back section. All it
mhm.
is the title and the author.
Yeah,
That's all you get. No genre labeling. It's literally just a bunch of different genres thrown into one pile, all covered. It's just title, name of the author,
interesting.
and then like one short like this is what you can expect. It's like, and it's stuff like Brandon Sanderson would have been like just like good world building, massive world, great characters. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything about genre or what stuff you could get in it. If you just like dragons, good world building, and good characters, pick up that book. And I love it. I'm like, hell yeah. Let's get back to reading books just for like the name of the book and what the idea is behind the book. No
Mhm.
more like, oh yes, it's because it's a Brandon Sanderson, but fuck that. Just read a book because it's good.
Yeah.
Even though I will read Brandon Sanderson,
I was
anything
gonna
he
say, I
writes,
feel like
because
that's
I
a
love
bad
that
example
man.
for you, but
I will read that.
um,
I will read that man's like grocery list.
okay. Jumping onto the serious topic before we talk about the book in depth, which is content warnings. There's quite a few of them in
Yeah.
this book. So the key ones are murder, death, suicide, misogyny, and there's some kind of depictions of slight body horror in a sense. There's also drug use,
Yeah.
and there is kind of the time that it was written, racism, sexism, xenophobia, um,
Hmm.
references to homophobia, but not really on page so much, and a
The
lot of
idea of
classism.
xenophobia.
There's
The idea of it.
yeah, and so you have the kind of uh, these are English noblemen in the 1890s kind of classic
Yep.
trio. Um, the one to call out specifically is there is quite a bit of anti-Semitism in one section of the book,
Yes.
and I believe those are the main ones.
I think so. I can't think of anything else that you didn't mention.
Yeah, I think there's references to people not being great people, but there's nothing else that's on page too directly.
Yeah.
So as always, take care, look after yourselves when engaging with media. Um, so we kind of said that we were going to look at characters, then the story, then the theme, then the context, and they're going to bleed into
Yeah.
each other. So I'm going to start with a hot take. It's not even a hot take. So you have the picture of Dorian Gray, which is about a character called Lord Henry, and his two great friends, Basil and Dorian Gray. I was going to say Oscar Wilde. And they're the three main characters of the story, but this is a story about Lord Henry by my engagement with the book, certainly. Um, And
He's the main character.
he is the main
Too.
character. And I think
Yeah.
I'm going to not talk about Wilde's relation to Lord Henry until we get to the context part, because otherwise I will derail everything entirely. Because
Oh, yeah.
that's one of the most interesting things about this book to me. But there are other secondary characters throughout the story. I think one thing which is quite interesting, in which when you talk about main characters, something which you often bring up is if you have a single character's narration, like you follow a single character and their perspective throughout the story, or if you have the same perspective throughout. But the picture
Yeah.
of Dorian Gray has kind of ambiguous narrative perspective in some parts. It becomes more concrete towards the end of the book, but especially in the first few chapters, it seems to kind of passively shift within the scenes between different parts of the duo talking, at first being Basil and Henry, and then later between Henry and Dorian, which I found a bit discombobulating because I forgot about that from the first time when I read it. But it's quite interesting because by the end of the book, it feels almost strange that you started with the perspective of the artist, Basil.
Yeah.
It feels kind of distant from that point. I'm tempted to talk about the preface here in relation to Basil, but that's got away for the context section, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Especially since we do recommend you read that last.
Yeah.
I think that would.
In terms of how alive the characters were, it's a very interesting question, because we normally use that to kind of discuss how dimensional and how natural and lived in the characters felt. But the driving philosophy of Henry, and then by influence Dorian throughout the story, is one that doesn't really pay much heed to the consequences of one's own actions, and encourages it's strange because you would normally look at how alive a character felt as how much they resonated with their context and how much they built up and changed throughout the story. And some characters do change a lot throughout this book, but they don't change with their context and with. It's hard to express because so much of this book is about the split self. Because I'm going to talk about context a tiny bit. I know I'm going off structure, but a common Gothic motif at the time was the notion of the split self. This can be seen famously in things like Jekyll and Hyde, but this kind of Gothic motif of the division of a whole, be that in art with the reference in the prelude of the symbol and the substance, or in an individual where Dorian Gray's soul splits off into this portrait, you kind of have the four main characters of the cast of Henry, Basil, the portrait of Dorian Gray, and Dorian Gray. I think.
Yeah.
And so I think that's quite interesting. You have the secondary characters, and you encounter people throughout the book who Dorian has ruined the lives of. Yeah, I don't think you encounter to people otherwise, by the nature of how he interacts with the world and develops once you get kind of past the halfway point, past the reveal of Dorian being split. It's quite interesting that, particularly for Henry, he is, I think, the most static character.
Yeah, I would say so.
And that is made interesting in context and reference to Oscar Wilde, but it's also interesting in that he monologues a lot. That is a part of this book that you will just have to be at peace with, which is Henry talking. like Shavek level once, there's a lot of musings on
Yeah.
the nature of virtue and the importance of aesthetics and the insignificance of morality and how it's a cage for the modern man and all these ideas. I'm not going to call them well thought out ideas, but all these ideas.
Yeah.
And so, but he continues throughout this book despite seeing many things that might cause someone to change in his own stories of his own life and in the experiences of Basil and to a lesser extent Dorian. But he
Yeah.
remains steadfast in his ideas and presentations. And that's kind of interesting to me. Because you would normally expect the main character of a story to change, and the fact that he doesn't, to me, feels like it ties into. I'm going to talk about a theme by accident.
You can talk about. So this book is really hard. I will say this book is really, really hard to like.
It's
That's the word. Like take away from like a lot of how interconnected a lot of these ideas are, but also how interconnected with like not Dorian Gray, Oscar Wilde this book is.
yeah,
It's kind of hard to eliminate a lot of that context, and I think it kind of does a disservice to do that as well to a large
yeah,
degree. So for people that don't know and haven't read this book, or for people that just need some idea of what's going on, this is a very hard book to remove that from. Um, so it is hard to talk about this in sections like we usually do, since so much of it does. It's a web, this
yeah,
book. It's not like it's hard to untangle that web to be like, okay, let's focus only on the characters, let's focus only on the world building, because like for one, to a degree that's not the focus of the book.
mm-hmm.
For a second part, even where it is the focus, it is focused on four other parts that is in service of other things in this book.
Yeah.
It's really hard to talk about the way we usually talk about books,
Mm-hmm.
sadly.
I think it might make sense if, to me, there was four central themes of the books and many other sub ideas, but it might make sense to talk about the characters in reference to their themes because that's where they mostly exist rather than in their actions.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and so the first theme that I think gets introduced to the book, and although not being the one he talks about the most, as Lord Henry is used as the tool to introduce a lot of the ideas to the audience as you're reading the book, but the idea of influence, I think, is the reason why I don't object to the fact that Lord Henry doesn't change.
Yeah.
Because within, I feel like I'm going to go on a tangent, so feel free to just make a loud noise and interject. Oh, hi, Fauna. How you doing? Within the book, you have this idea of influence, and I don't have the complete quote in front of me, but Henry goes on this extended tangent, as he does, that introduces the idea
Yeah.
that the most satisfactory life a man could lead is to be one without influence, be that by the brutalistic morals of society or from influence of another man. And this is an idea which he holds quite strongly, and I think justifies him being static throughout the story and
Yeah.
makes him more interesting for it. Because the book, and when I say that Henry is the main character, it is because the first half of the book functionally is him influencing Dorian Gray, and the second part of the book is Dorian Gray living as a person under his influence. And so, although he is present in the second half, he is more so there in that his ideals have become Dorian's in large parts.
Yeah.
And so the theme of influence is it's interesting to me, and it's one of the points where I kind of I struggle to engage a little bit with the themes of this book because they're set up and framed in a way that just makes me want to disagree with Oscar Wilde in quite a few places, because there's this habit of, you'll have something like the theme of influence, which if you take this as a kind of moral tale, which clearly the prelude tells you not to, but it's written as one, it condemns that influence is a negative thing on a person, but within that idea of influence, it regards things like morals and laws of the lands and the notion of decency and anything other than narcissism as being tied up as something that impacts influence. And so if you kind of try and observe it from the moralistic standpoint as a story about the corrupting effect of influence, specifically influence without criticism or engagement, then it feels like a positive reflection on all these things that I disagree with, which I'm just never inclined to be excited about in a book. I don't mind when books disagree with me, but I want them to I don't know. I want them to do so in a way that presents it slightly differently to her. And it's interesting because I remember when I was reading this book for the first time, I read it without much knowledge of the context of Oscar Wilde outside of him being famous. Famous and an author and gay. Those are the only things that I really knew about him. And I think that's probably how most people encounter this book, maybe in high school. I think it's on a few curriculums. And so I read this book without any knowledge of Oscar Wilde's interest in aesthetics or in the decadent movement or his own interests in things like the kind of scientific approach, quote unquote scientific, very 1880s upper class white man scientific. There's several caveats in there. But that approach to life and understanding and analysis, and a lot of those ideas and themes that, especially in his early career, Wilde wrote are mirrored in the things that Henry has said. But when I read the book for the first time and on reread, I felt like the book existed as a criticism of Henry, which is interesting because my conclusion, and I don't think this is necessarily like a justified one, and I've completely abandoned the notion of structure, but this is just the most interesting idea to me, so I've got to get to it at some point. I'm very sorry. Is that you have the kind of famous Oscar Wilde quote relating to this, and in his relation to Henry, which is that Basil Hallward is what I think I am, Lord Henry is what the world thinks of me, Dorian what I would like to be in other ages perhaps, which is his quote regarding his similarity in relationship to the characters, because as mentioned, it feels strange to call it plagiarizing, but I know that's what it's kind of referred to as jokingly. Oscar Wilde regularly takes sentences and paragraphs of his own work and reuses it across multiple points, and he does that with his own independent publishing and some of Howard's monologues. And I found those monologues made him look silly, and so that it just felt strange to me. My conclusion from this, which is where I was heading with this little tangent, is that Oscar Wilde is contextually seen as a figurehead, and this book is seen as a kind of great pinnacle of the decadent movement as opposed to the aesthetic movement. And my like lens of it that made Henry made sense in why he was written critically whilst mirroring many of the ideas that Wilde has previously championed, was that it was a criticism on the kind of unquestioning continued abstraction of the aesthetic movement that the decadent movement contextualizes with criticism of the kind of, do I need to define these movements to be making this point? Probably. I'm going to finish making the point and then we're going to circle back to it. But the idea that the lack of separation that art is art and life is life, and the application of aesthetic ideals to life rather than to art, which limited understanding of the decadent movement, but is my understanding that the notion that art is in its most interesting when it is critical and has failures and has flaws, and the engagement of that is the perspective of which the Henry mirrors some of Wilde's own ideas whilst being narrated in a critical manner, because it's the decadent reflection on the harmful extreme extrapolation of aesthetic ideas when engaged with without the separation of life and art, which is a theme that Henry and a motif that Henry places heavily on Dorian, which I think is the best support of this kind of reading of it. But yes, that's my little that's my little sentence. There were several sentences. Any thoughts?
I see what you mean, right? And the idea that quote is very interesting.
Yeah.
In my opinion as well. That idea that he attaches of like I actually want to pull up the full quote. Like whole big boy quote.
Do you want me to read it? Oh, do you mean in its wider context, or do you want me to read it again? Because I've got it in front of me in my notes.
In its wider context.
Oh, okay. I only had that segment written down. I think it was from 3 or 4 years after The Picture of Dorian Gray came out, I believe. Which
it's like from somewhere. I don't remember exactly what it is from.
It's from a letter to another writer, I believe. I've forgotten which one.
It's a letter to Robin Ross.
Oh, yeah.
His friend. It is in the uncensored picture of Dorian Gray, as like where most people find it.
I thought it was from a letter to Ralph Payne. Sorry, I found my source.
Oh, I found from a letter to Robert Ross.
I am citing a source from a source, though, so
I'm citing a source from a Reddit comment, so mine might be less accurate. Reddit, not the. Sometimes great information, sometimes
I was going to
source I
say
made it up.
this is from a Royal Holloway YouTube video, the English department, and so I'm inclined to believe that over a Reddit comment. But
What are you saying that?
Am I saying the Redditors are confidently incorrect sometimes?
Chilean mother can be wrong. r/user Chilean mother in the r/Oscar Wilde subreddit. Are you saying he is wrong?
There are times in life where Redditors are correct, and there are times in life where Redditors are incorrect. I wouldn't dare speculate which they are more than the other, but I think we could guess.
Yeah.
Or you gonna?
So the thing is, I kind of get where. So I get where Oscar Wilde came from with that, right? Because so the whole statement is like Basil Howard is what I think I am, Lord Henry is what the world thinks of me, and Dorian Gray is what I would like to be in other ages, perhaps, right?
Yeah.
There's like notes of like all of them were to a degree. Like there is parts of all three that are like Dorian Gray. That are like Oscar Wilde. You did it that one time and I can't stop doing it.
Well, no,
No, I can't stop doing it. There's a lot of them that are like Oscar Wilde, right? Firstly, Basil Hallward was a gay man.
Yeah.
Quite clearly. Lord Henry is, to a degree, what Oscar Wilde was seen at that time. very socially successful, handsome, an erudite of a man on town. That whole like vibe of like, but then also the vibe of like Lord Henry is like partially an enigma at like points where people don't really know a lot about his personal life, just like his town personal life, like when you see him at a social gathering, which is also a lot of how Oscar Wilde was seen, because like one, people didn't really know at the time that he was gay, for a large part of his like success time.
Yeah, in the earlier years.
Before he started, yeah, in the earlier years. So, and with that, he was obviously a lot more reserved with his personal life. Where it kind of falls apart is like the comparison to Dorian Gray.
You see,
for large parts of this.
my reading of the last part is when it says in other ages, perhaps. I kind of read that as a thing of only the. It's a quote from somewhere else, but only the young would wish for eternal youth. I think is a quote that kind of connects the idea which I had as part of that, because
Yeah.
to me,
yeah, but so an interesting idea, right? Because like Dorian
sorry,
as a character,
I just read Tinder's message.
the rest of us yearn for the urn. So true.
I
I'm
didn't
so
mean to
old
laugh at
now.
what you were saying. I'm just. That's it.
So the hmm. So the idea with Dorian, right? Is like Dorian is like it's Dorian Gray is it's weird to say because like Lord Henry is the main character in this book.
Yeah.
By and by. Dorian is a very interesting character in that, like, I think most of the depth character-wise comes from Dorian in a large capacity, and like a lot of what I'm gonna say it clearly, what the hell is wrong with Dorian Gray as a person? Because there's a lot wrong in their head.
I have the thought, which is because I talked a little bit about when the story swaps to not following Henry and Dorian's interactions, and instead follows and summarizes Dorian's life. It is when Henry's influence is fully taken root. To me, the thing that separates the two, because you would think if someone is wholly influenced by another, they would just be the person themselves, but the emphasis on aesthetics as a determination of value that was culturally present at the time and is reflected on as an interesting theme throughout the book. But it kind of shows how, without consequence, what Henry might have evolved to be in a strange sense. Because in the way that the changes of life occur to the portrait, not to the self, if we accept this idea that moral manifests in aesthetics, that Dorian Gray is assumed good because he looks good. He looks like the most perfect boy you had ever seen. That he has no reason to stop being bad because he faces no resistance from it. Whereas Harry Henry, I would call them Howard and Harry, and Henry it's remarked by Basil early on. I don't have a verbatim, but that Henry says only bad things but does only good, and there's this kind of separation with the ideals that he presents and indoctrinates Dorian with, and the actions that he actually lives by, and how, with the separation of consequences that the splitting of self into the portrait provides, Dorian isn't deterred from continuing down the extreme path of the application of solely aesthetic logic to life that Henry encourages and indoctrinates him in, and so he destroys his life in doing so because it's not without consequences, even if the consequences aren't visible in the supposed aesthetic moral parallel, but it manifests within the self and instability and in the consequences of those around you, etc. And so that's how they
Yeah.
differ to me. That almost the portrait allows or curses Dorian to mature into and solidify himself without consequences. Kind of.
Yeah. It's hmm. It's very interesting because like a lot of how you read this book, like what you think, what's the word?
The
What
motifs you
you
see reflect.
well, what you want to get out of the book, like
Mm-hmm.
to a degree, like what you read the book looking for, can affect a lot of what you actually find in this book. Um, to a large degree, because like I I know about one reading of the book. I read it a while ago. Um, and I had at that time read more about um a lot of Wilde's own ideas on art
Mm-hmm.
specifically, and like why art exists and what art exists for, and the idea of like what's the word like I'm trying to think of a way to say it. Um, like why it's about like the nature of art, but also in how that relationship is between like two separate sides of it. The relationship that the artist has to the art and the relationship that the audience has to the art. Because they're two sides of a relationship of art, right?
Hmm.
Because like the way the artist engages with art and what they want out of not want out of the art, but what they're intending in the art isn't the same as what an audience will get out of the art,
Is this
right?
kind of um yeah, I think this is this in relation to the idea of um distance from the creator and the consumer of a piece of media and how that changes the work whilst the work remains the same?
Mm, kind of. So the idea of it is like that. So the idea is right.
Mm-hmm.
And specifically with this quote and this idea of like the three sides of that Oscar Wilde tries to say, like, I don't want to say show because I don't know if he necessarily intended these characters to be that much of a stand-in for the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Is Basil at the core of Basil's character? He is a very innocent character.
Yeah.
A very like let's say lovelorn artist to a degree, right? Is that's what Wilde sees himself as? Is just this innocent, lovelorn artist that is just, you know what I'm talking about, like
Yeah.
creating for the sake of like I love what I am creating. Lord Henry is a very smooth, almost like
I think he's detached is one of his key.
yeah, like an almost detached, but also very I don't know the way to say it. It's like a very you can make extremely controversial philosophical statements and ideas and not really mean a lot of it or like believe most of what he is saying, but people will kind of go there with him, if you know what I mean, right? It's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like,
That's kind of interesting because I I
yeah,
I think I interpreted Lord Henry as being more sincere than you did by the sound of it.
that's the interesting part. I don't know how sincere, because like,
Because
so that's what I'm saying is like, I think there is like parts of it that's like, that's the weird part about all of this. It's like, this book is extremely about like how you see these characters, and that
mhm,
changes a lot of like what this book could mean. Because like, so where it comes down to is like the idea of like Dorian Gray in this capacity is like, why would you think, where does Dorian Gray fit into this whole thing, right? And it's kind of in the like what Dorian functions as. Dorian was a very naive character at the start. He was a very naive boy that got corrupted a lot throughout the book, right? With the idea of hedonism specifically as like what keeps corrupting him. Um, to a degree, living out Lord Henry's philosophies
yes, this
is what corrupts Dorian. Um,
I think something which, when reflecting on how sincere Lord Henry is with his philosophies, I think that in the speeches he gives, that's what he believes, but he is also narcissistic in the way, not that he doesn't think of others, but that he thinks about how the consequences of his actions will affect him. And so that he does the thing which is most invested in his own self interest whilst looking at the consequences, whereas Dorian doesn't see the consequences in his appearance and therefore in his actions to have them shape his thought and behavior. And so to me
yeah,
when
so
yeah.
I kind of see that, but so like that comes down to a surface thing of character. So what I think this whole idea is coming down to, right, is the idea of like kind of what Lord Henry is doing. Um, and the way I can explain what I think is happening with Lord Henry is to explain what I think Oscar Wilde is trying to do with this, right? Oscar Wilde has this idea, and I read it somewhere. I don't remember exactly where he talks about like art is all at once surface and symbol at the same time.
Oh, I mean that's
There
the
is like this.
oh,
Sorry, yeah, go for it.
I mean that's part of the prelude.
Yeah. So that's the whole thing that he talks about, right? Is like that quote of Oscar Wilde is like all art is at once surface and symbol at the
Hmm.
same time.
And those who go
Um,
beneath the surface do so at their own peril.
yeah, that's kind of where that statement and this statement meets to a degree. Is that like Dorian's all of these readings of these characters is like at the surface level there's the story of the picture of Dorian Gray, right? That is what the art is in this capacity. It's just story of Dorian Gray. He gets a painting. Boom, boom, boom. He's immortal now. He slowly devolves, does more and more hedonistic stuff. The end of the book. Spoiler alert for a book that's like over almost 200 years old at this point. Uh, he goes, oop, not great time, not great time. Unveils the painting, looks at painting, dies. Right?
Yeah.
That's the story of the picture of Dorian Gray in its most simplest form, just edged out, just to get the point across. That's the story we hear.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the story we see. The story. There's more story. We can talk about the story. There's like
That's
230,
some of the plot
250
points.
pages.
I agree. That's some of the plot points.
There's 250 pages of story we can talk about, but like just plot point wise,
I would
there's
say at
that
least
story,
100 of those
right?
pages is Henry monologuing. Sorry. Um.
There is 100 pages of Henry monologuing. Um, but like so that's the story you get, right? That's the surface you get. the symbology behind it and below it is like, that's what he is warning about. Is like, how deep do you want to go? How deep into the abyss do you want to stare before the abyss stares back at you? Is how deep can you get into these characters? And I think, to a degree, him saying that is what Lord Henry does. I don't think he believes much of what he says. I think he is staring into the abyss, and the abyss is staring back, and he is saying what he sees. I don't think he believes much of what he's saying, and I don't think he. And at some point, he might like some of what he is speaking about, right? And he would want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But at some point, how much of belief is what you actually do versus what you say? It's easy to say you believe in something if you never engage with it, or you actually, you know, there's a point of like, how much of it is Lord Henry just speaking to speak, and how much of it is stuff that, if he could, he would engage with. Because for a man in his position, sometimes he could engage with some of what he speaks about, but he doesn't.
I mean,
Um,
he does just off page. There's discussions of him having affairs left, right, and centre.
yeah, but like, so here's the thing. In and that's a depth you have to go into below another surface, is like, how much of statements said about people are actually true. How much said of Oscar Wilde actually turned out to be true versus not true.
Mm-hmm.
How much of stuff that is implied off page are not as happened as they did. So, like, we don't see Lord Henry engage with any of what he is speaking about. We don't see any of the engagement that he cares about for any of these things that he says about. So, for all intents and purposes, it's lip service to what he believes in. Um, and lip service to an engagement that, for all readings, I don't think he ever would engage with. Um, he is a man speaking to speak a lot of the time.
Oh yeah.
That's the thing. Um, and that's why I have that reading of him where I don't think he is sincere at all. Because if he was, we would see some of the stuff that is implied he does off page, but we never do. Um, because, like, for all intents and purposes, I don't think Oscar Wilde thought he did what he did. He is kind of the idea of, and that's where the statement comes of like, he is who society sees him as, and with that capacity, who society sees him as is all of the stuff that he does not actually do. All of the stuff that gets thrown at him and said that he does and said that he believes that he does not, and that he does never engage with. And a lot of that stuff was said to Oscar Wilde because of what he wrote and
Yeah.
what engagement he had with some stuff he wrote. So I do think Lord Henry, I think the idea works.
Mm-hmm.
Um, with a
Well,
little bit of idea on like, with a little bit of reading into what these characters are in that capacity of what the idea is.
mm-hmm.
Um,
I so I don't believe I didn't read Lord Henry that he would act in the way that Dorian does. If you take Dorian as the kind of extreme extrapolation of his ideas, I agree and believe that they
yeah,
would act differently if given the opportunity. Um, but I think one of the reasons that kind of skewed my reading of having Henry be entirely insincere with his boxing and um, proclamation of ideas is the context of the criticism the Wilde received at the time of the second publish of this book, like for quite a while now throughout his career, of a big context of Oscar Wilde is the fact that he was gay at a time where it was a crime. He eventually was imprisoned for it, and that framing of it. And so
yeah,
I think if you kind of view the way which Wilde frames the contents of the book as being insincere and not reflective of the artist, and that you do not have a morally good or bad book, you just have a well written or badly written book, to me didn't feel as much as a separation from the idea and the art that he presents in the kind of internal conclusions, but instead to some extent felt like a separation and a way to distance himself from the accusations that these were homosexual books that he was promoting and endorsing. And I think maybe it's skewed by the emphasis of that part of his legacy in the modern context, but that was the main view I had of Wilde saying, don't engage with this as a reflection of me, and don't engage this as a sincere part of an author. Do not be careful engaging as a surface level, be careful engaging at a symbolic level when looking at the media that is produced and that he writes. It was a kind of, I read it almost as like a declaration of plausible deniability. Especially if you look at the edits that went on between the original serialized version of The Picture of Dorian Gray and its subsequent book form. There's a few changes that don't connect to her, with fleshing out Sybil more, who's a character who died relatively early on in the story. We haven't talked about her much at all, but a lot of the changes that happened that weren't fleshing out and further pacing. I think it went from 13 issues to 20 chapters, where previously roundly it had been one issue per chapter. A lot of the changes that happened within text that wasn't more broadly changed was to reduce and tone down the romantic element, particularly of Basil's perspective of Dorian. And so I kind of read the don't engage the prelude, the prologue. Is it a prologue or a prelude? I think it's a prologue. I read the prologue as, well, it just goes, don't engage with art at a surface, don't engage with it as a symbol, do so at your own danger, do not think it a reflection of the creator, do not think it a moral statement, just engage with it whether it is well created. I took that as a, don't use this as an accusation of me, view this as a piece of work. And so that's why I kind of don't entirely sincerely believe the framing of it, if that makes sense. I feel like it's one of those things where it's kind of difficult because Wilde has so much legacy and significance in media to separate what it would be at the time from how it is now. But so much of the criticisms of this book when it was first serialized was it as a kind of hedonistic, corrupting book, and of the depiction of inferred homosexuality, which to me is why I didn't kind of, it's why I interpreted the prologue as a defense rather than a depiction of Wilde's stance, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's a short way of saying my previous ramble. But yeah, it's very difficult because Wilde is someone who wrote with the intention of the present audience reading and reflecting on it. And so I think compared to some other authors, the context at the time of its creation matters more because his writing was often in response to his audience, I think is fair to say.
Yeah.
Certainly he liked diverting a sentence a little bit to strongly communicate his opinion on present things. Like passively throughout the story. He gets in beef with an art gallery at one point, which was quite fun, just in passing, I think, via Basil. But yeah, it's the passage of time makes it difficult in a way, which sounds reductive, but it really does.
It is an interesting idea.
Yeah, because I do think there's a kind of, I certainly understand and see the idea that Henry almost as a caricature, as a like a stage name, for want of a better depiction. Lord Henry is a kayfabe for Oscar Wilde. But I do understand and see the perspective, but potentially my initial response to some of his writings that suggest distancing him from the ideas presented in his work are skewed by my context and understanding of him navigating the kind of accusation and social context of the perceived homosexuality within his works, which it's perceived because it's there. Which, yeah, at the time, difficult to deal with. But yeah, I do think it kind of it adds the layer when looking at Henry, particularly with his discussion of morality, because it's almost difficult to digest with the like morality changes over time. And the idea that Henry and to some extent the representation of or some aspect of Wilde would not engage with the quote unquote amoral things that he talks about, with some of them being sincerely amoral, others not, others being just kind of like the time made them, the time demonized them, when via current moral values we would not see anything wrong with them. And so the fact that there is kind of some overlap of do you see the point I'm making? I'm struggling to articulate it, about how the notion that the criticism of morality, I feel like, is perhaps a little bit more personal and sincere within the framing that we know that Oscar Wilde did participate, and potentially, assumably, I think it's alluded more so with Basil and with Dorian than Henry particularly, which is kind of interesting. But homosexuality and pursuit of other men that would have been classified within these actions at the time makes the entirely distant framing of it a bit more difficult. I still struggle to express that. It's a complicated idea. I finished reading the book this morning in my lunch break. Oh,
I didn't know you finished it this morning.
Yeah, it's why my notes are less orderly than usual. Well, I didn't start it until I started it the week before last. I got annoyed at the prologue. I put it down for 2 days. I got about 40 pages in. I got annoyed at Lord Henry yapping. I put it down until Monday, and then I read from page 40 to the end of the book and one of the appendixes and all the framing notes in the following 4 days. So, yeah, I read it with a bit of time pressure. I honestly wish I had a little bit longer to read it, but that's my own fault for getting grumpy with a character. Yeah. Oh, one thing which I thought was quite interesting is there was quite a common motif of referencing, especially in the first third of the book, or the parts of the book where it could be argued that Basil was the narrator, because we talked about the kind of fluid narration for the first portion of the book, the use of lots of reference to either Greek tragedies or figures or Greek aesthetics. I thought that was kind of interesting, and it makes more sense in the original version, the serialized version, when Howard expresses a more openly romantic and aesthetic, rather than just aesthetic appreciation for Dorian, because again, the distance of time makes it difficult to quantify, but it's my understanding that the Greek kind of appreciation for the male form was seen as a socially acceptable way to express it, because although homosexuality was socially condemned, it was Grecian culture and mythology, and therefore to some extent lifestyles, portrayals, and writing was elevated and seen as a educated and influential topic to talk about. And so to me, the repeated use of reference to Greek figures, and I think it refers to Dorian as a Grecian beauty or something similar to that, maybe slightly different phrasing, on several points, was a framing tool to kind of justify, in quotes, Basil's appreciation for Dorian outside of a view of it being romantic, despite being labelled as romantic throughout in the original version, which I thought was quite interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of other pieces of work, both kind of contemporary and classical at the time, are referenced throughout this book, and some of them I knew and like knew the context references of, but a lot of the references to Wilde's contemporaries or like previous 20 or 30 years work, which I am not as familiar with as the older stuff that was referenced. I wonder what kind of associations I lost in that, because I saw the motif with the references to Greek figures and mythologies and plays in the first few chapters, and so I was just like, I assume the other writings being referenced have some connotation in the same way that to me this has a pattern of, with Basil's appreciation of the male form. But yeah.
I assume so. Some of it went over my head too, because like at that point we were like 30 years removed from some of the stuff he talks about. And at this point we're like a lot longer removed, and some of it I have not read or engaged as much.
I've read a lot of the kind of ancient classics that were referenced, but not a lot of the 17th to 18th century classics that were referenced.
Yeah.
Wait, did I get my centuries the right way around? The 18th and 19th?
18th and 19th. Yeah, because this was written in 19th century.
This was written in the 19th century. It was written in 1819. That stays confusing to me. I don't care how many hundreds of years I've been around. That stays confusing to me. It's a silly convention.
What do you want the first century to be then? Do you want it to be the 0th century?
I think
that doesn't work.
I think saying first century in retrospect works, but I think at the time to say that this is the first century is ironic, because you don't have the social framing of the necessity of the next century until history occurs, and it's very rare that.
I don't think they did say the first century, did they?
No, they said the first century.
I thought it was a retroactive thing.
Yeah, it was. It's very rare that the 0th year is declared at its time the 0th year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was a retroactive thing, because
it was. I was talking in a broader context of, I think it would make sense to describe it as the beginning. I don't know. It's silly to me. You should be able to say the first century for the year 0 to 100, and then the second for. Wait, no.
Yeah, that's what we do.
I don't like it. It gives me a headache, okay? I'm not that smart.
We do it in a lot of things. It's just weird because this one has 2 numbers. But that's what you do for birthdays as well.
What do you mean?
When you're born, you're not 0 years old. You're 0, and then once you are lived a year, you become 1 years old. And then you're 1 for a year, but presumably you're more than that's your second year of being alive. You know what I mean? That's the same thing. It's just the label happens at the end of the period being passed, not at the start of the period being passed. But then for the period passing, you are that one. The century was the 0 century, and then it gets the 1 number, after the 100 years, and then for like the rest of the 100 years you are 1 years old, and then you get the 2 after those years. The
I
first
think
century is you only get the label at the end of the like period of time, not at the start.
there was a moment in the middle of this explanation where I understood, and now I don't know how old I am.
Well, so here's the thing. The age you are is not actually how old you are. You're already past that. You've
Yeah.
been past that since the day after your birthday. And depending on how close you are to your next birthday, you're actually a lot older than your stated age.
Well, yeah, but you're rounding down. That's the generally understood assumption. It's a lower bound.
Yeah, and like in centuries you also round down. The
Y-
first century you round down because like yes, it would have been like the 200th
I
now, but
think
like
the
it's the first
reason why
century.
I find it difficult when it comes to history is because we say the 18th century, and then when we say it's often followed closely by saying the year and it being
Yeah,
the number that doesn't start with 18. Whereas when you say say like I think Dorian's 17 at the start of this book, and then there's this time skip of around 6 months. You wouldn't say um you could say in its 18th year and it being 17 and a half. Those could be expressions, but those would be quite unnatural ones. Whereas we are continuously kind of confronted by the dissidence of it being the year
yeah,
1891 when the book was published versus the 19th century when it doesn't start with the numbers 1 9. um, and so I think
yeah.
that's what makes it egregious to me. um,
That's what I was getting at. Is like it's weirder because it's got 2 numbers attached to it usually, but the convention is everywhere. In convention, we label the like age or year or like anything at the end of the period of time only. Like it only becomes the 19th century at the 2000 mark. It doesn't like, you know what I mean? It doesn't become
yeah,
like the it's like yeah, it becomes at that point it becomes it. Just like only when you actually turn 23 do you get the title of 23, even though you've been close to that for like most of it already. You only get it at the end. We get that like, but it's just weird because we don't say we are like 72 weeks old anymore.
I think my conclusion from this is that something can be common practice and yet still silly.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
When you're born, you're
That's why I
also
don't
0 years
say
old. Yeah, so it's the thing of I
yeah.
think you're 0 when you're born, but then you're a week old and you're still in your like 0 age year,
Yeah,
but
but
you're no
well,
longer
but it's your
precisely
first year.
0. Yeah, well, it's your first year being
Just
alive.
like how yeah,
Yeah,
it's your first year on this planet. Just like it's the first century is like
but
0
then
to
you don't
100.
say you're one
That's your
years
first
old in
year.
English. you, you,
Yeah, but you also
you,
don't
the,
say it's the 1th year. You say it's the first century and it's the first year you're alive. It's the the second century is from 100 to 200. Your first year is from 100 to 200.
um. Oh, I'm just looking at my notes of what to say because I've run out of brain cells about numbers. Which is one of my notes says I think Oscar Wilde would have a lot of Reddit karma, and I'd like to use that as a transition
Yeah,
point to get back to talking about the book. Um, yeah,
he would have been an avid redditor.
yeah, he would have been banned and then made a new account and replied again. um, so one thing which I thought was quite interesting is the fact that Henry is the character who describes quite early on in the story the immorality of influence and then openly decides to influence Dorian is quite interesting. And I think that to me is one of the like framing devices to show that in some ways when he thought it without consequence to him he did act on his philosophies even if he thought they were harmful to others. because he chooses to influence Dorian and he is excited to do so. Oh, thank you for the hide it in the stretch, Jake. You do this too. Okay.
I don't have water or anything to drink.
Oh dear.
I already drank it.
Oh. I stocked up. I have.
I would need to go get more.
I'm triple wielding beverages, except one of them is almost over. I've got a Monster Energy, I've got a 2-litre flask of cordial, and then I have a fancy Dr. Pepper I'm going to open later, which I'm quite excited about. Self-care, thank you. I hope you're doing good. But yes, talking about whether Henry lives his ideas, I think he maintains the idea that to influence or to dominate another's nature by changing their thoughts and perspectives is negative for the person being influenced and entertaining for the person doing the influencing. Because it's quite interesting, because if you look at it in the context of one of his earliest proclamations, because that's what they feel like, Henry does a very cruel thing to Dorian. Which is interesting because Dorian never resents him. Despite, assumably, he internalizes all of Henry's points, but doesn't seem to recognize or engage with the idea that Henry has influenced him and that this is a negative. He kind of describes it as a revelation of his true self that was brought to him by Henry's ideas, which is a very 17-year-old way of describing being gaslit and convinced of a new worldview. But I just say fancy Dr. Pepper and not explain. I'll take a photo of it after stream. It's like a strawberries and cream one, but it's one of the old-fashioned cans that's like it's not 300 milliliters, it's like 350, so it's a bit taller than usual, and it's got that like old-fashioned logo on it. Kind of excited for it, though it was in the bottom of my bag on the way home from Pilates yesterday, so I'm worried it might be quite shaken up. 330? Yeah, this one's 355, which I was bamboozled by, but it's taller than the default ones.
355?
Yeah! I don't know if it's just
That's a weird number.
I know sometimes you get different productions in different regions, and I got it from the Turkish supermarket, so I don't know if maybe that's the default can size in Turkey, but that seems a little surprising.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
But yeah, I do think the kind of lack of conflict Dorian has with Lord Henry is interesting and kind of surprising. And it makes me think the Dorian is acting out Henry's ideas rather than internalizing them.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a quote I had written down for a nearby page, but I didn't write very clearly, so I'm trying to find it. Oh,
Didn't write very clearly. Crazy.
My handwriting, you've seen my handwriting before. I have very neat handwriting when I'm writing notes, and when I'm reading something on a train and just like writing down my thoughts, it is cursive and potentially not the most legible cursive. Not the quote I was looking for, but there was a very. I feel like in discussing the themes and the big ideas, we might take away from the fact that Oscar Wilde is a very good on-page and writer, and the like small structure prose is very good. And there's one kind of quib which I found quite interesting in a description, which is it's just funny, which is I'm going to read the full segment, but it's the latter half that I found quite entertaining, which was, opposite was the Duchess of Harley, a lady of admirable good nature and good temper, much liked by everyone who knew her, and of those ample architectural proportions that, in women who were not duchesses, are described contemporary by historians as stoutness. I just thought it was kind of fun.
Yeah, that is kind of fun. I like that.
I was looking for a different quote on that page about what it means to converse earnestly, but I couldn't find it because I'm bad at skim reading.
Oh, yeah.
Because
I
there's
know what quote you're talking about.
yeah
I would search for it in the PDF version I have if I was not currently not at my PC.
let me get my. I've
I
got
am
the
currently
digital
making
version.
myself some coffee.
Oh, beverage acquisition.
Since I do still need to hydrate for Jake's hydrate, otherwise I would feel like I am scamming him.
Can't believe the
If I am not
hologram's
going
running
to
a
put
scam.
hydrates, if I'm not going to put hydrates on my own stream, I should at least hydrate when I'm on somebody else's stream.
Yeah. I mean,
Also, yes,
all
I
you
am
should
going to stream
do.
again.
Ooh, I was gonna say all you should do streams so we get the chance to hydrate you, but what's the prompt to stream
Yuto,
then?
Yuto entrapped me. He used
Aha.
entrapment.
Mhm.
No, what he did is I was baiting him in his stream the other day, and I was like, yeah, Yuto will never run D&D for us. That Daggerheart campaign that he wants to run, he'll never do it. And then he said, yeah, what about yours that you said you're gonna run? Where's all those? And I said, you know what, I'll do them. And then I forgot, and now I have to stream.
Let's go.
He entrapped me. He
I
entrapped me.
I get RPG now. Mwahahaha.
Yeah, you get
Um.
5. You get 5 of them. Because I said I'd run 5 different campaigns.
Well, I'm in 3 of them, aren't
That's
I?
Well, you're in as many as you want to be in.
Well,
I know
let's
you want.
go.
There's there's 2 I know you will want to be in. I like know
Ooh.
you would want to play in them.
I'm now trying to spell. Oh, yes. So
Well, okay.
I found the
Let me
quote. Sorry.
let me say there's like 2 I really want you to play in. Let
Mhm.
me say it that way.
Well,
There's 2
there's
I
the.
really want you to be involved in.
Oh, I'm excited now. But I found the quote from which is said by Henry when criticizing someone or another, which is
Yeah.
um with whom she was conversing in that intensely earnest manner which is one unpardonable error, as he had remarked once himself, that all really good people fall into, which
Yes.
um and from which none of them ever quite escape, which I think is quite interesting because
Hmm.
you kind of have this um if you take that sentence as like a sincere and accurate reflection, you have Lord Henry who describes himself as a bad person but describes himself as if presenting his ideas earnestly, and they are rejected as being kind of hyperbole or outrage because they are so dissident from the generally agreed perspective. And
Yeah.
so since he is framing himself as not good, then he is not earnest. And it kind of cyclically proves that he isn't in that category, because if he were to be earnest in the way that good people are and conversing, then what he would be saying is something that he believes and acts by, which is that he is bad and therefore oops.
Yeah.
Internal logic, yeah. So that exists as a kind of agreement to the point you made earlier about Lord Henry's distance from the ideas that he claims, promotes, doesn't shut up about.
Yeah, if he earnestly believed them, he would present them and do them. But because he doesn't do them, he isn't earnestly presenting them, which makes him a bad person. But if he's a bad person, he would have done the things that he said, which, because he doesn't, that makes him a good person. But if he was a good person, it would have been it loops. It
Yeah,
becomes this like cyclical loop, which is really it's a really cool way of saying it. Of saying it's like it's he internally himself proves that he does not believe them, because if he did, it would lead to a situation where He is both a good and bad person at the same time, which is not possible.
I mean, I think that's a theme of the book. Because,
It kind of is.
yeah, because there could be an argument of if, with the like notion of sin quantified by aesthetics, is Dorian a good person up until he destroys the painting? No, but like,
Yeah, but the question is Dorian a good person after or before he had the painting? Also, no.
well, before he was a child, I think because you
And
don't see
children
him.
can't be moral.
Children aren't finished in the way that a deterministic statement could apply to them.
You see, now we're getting. I knew how you were going to react to that statement. That's why I made it. We get to a very juicy part of like, was Dorian ever a good person or a bad person? Was he just influenced by it? Because by definition of our standards of like children, Dorian was maybe never a good person because he didn't have an understanding of morality because he was 17 when he started getting influenced.
I mean, yeah.
Was he ever fully developed to be able to make those statements and
Well,
those ideas
Basil,
himself?
if we trust the narration of Basil and Henry, Basil introduced him as a good and outstanding character. He said that he was all things moral and good in his descriptions of him to Henry.
Yeah, but Basil was also in love with the man.
Yeah, but does that make him any less reliable of a narrator than Dorian himself or Henry? Because I would say he's like,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. By definition, yes.
I would
I mean,
I
just
would
look at all
argue
the.
is
Just,
Dorian's the least reliable narrator in the book.
just just if you want to ask, like, does love cloud our vision of
Oh,
people?
no, I'm not
Um,
saying does it cloud the vision. I'm saying more than Henry or Dorian. Because I would say in order of reliable narratorness, it goes Henry, Basil, Dorian. With Dorian being the least and Henry being the most.
I, more than that's a hard. That one is
Do you
harder.
see what I'm saying now?
Yeah, that part. But no, he is definitely clouded
Oh,
by his
yeah,
love for Dorian.
absolutely.
I mean, I
But
was gonna use a
he
pop culture example. I was gonna
he's
say just
less.
look at all pop music. Look at
Oh?
Sabrina Carpenter writing about her exes, and look what her ex actually looks like, and you'll think,
Oh, gosh. Yeah,
She
yeah.
said he's the most handsome man I've ever seen, and he looks like a fucking thumb. I'm gonna be real. He looks like a thumb.
It's gonna be, yeah. It's a hazardous thing to break up with a pop girly who writes her own songs. It's not gonna go well for you. Um oh, hey Westmore, how you doing? Everyone's a good and bad person at the same time? Yeah. There's
No,
levels
I'm not.
to it
I've never
though.
been bad in my life.
Yeah.
I've never done anything bad in my whole life. I've never been wrong in my whole life. Um, Everything I say about books is true, and you should listen to me, and you should shift your opinion to be the same as mine.
I see you really like Lord Henry. um
Me, much like Dorian Gray, sees myself in all three of them.
Testing.
That's a joke. That's a joke. No, no.
I do think it's kind of interesting because I would say you talked about Basil's love clouding his narration of Dorian, but I thought Dorian's love for himself clouded the narration more than Basil's love did.
I think they're equal. At least I feel like they're equal.
Interesting.
But that's coming from a reading that, like, that's coming from the idea of, like, how morally corrupted was Dorian versus how
Mm-hmm.
much of it was like that's the base question at this idea is like how much of it was corruption versus how much of it was things that he would act on. And it's more viewed to us because Lord Henry told him the exact things to do and kind of corrupted him. But like at some level, how much of it is just Dorian Gray? How much of
Yeah.
it is just that man?
How much of it is in? Well, there's the whole section on. I have it written down. It's the topic that Wilde was quite interested in talking about in a broader sense. Da, 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 da. Where's my notes on this?
Hi, Restmore.
uh,
Also, I'm just messing around, Restmore.
Oh, I found another statement that's an argument of Henry being insincere, even though that's not my perspective, which is when discussing the different modes of theatre with Dorian, he says, "Don't run down dyed hair and a painted face" when discussing the kind of extreme forms of presentation as theatre, which I would argue is a declaration of appreciation of insincerity to some extent, or more so than the subtlety of acting, which Dorian is evangelizing.
Yeah.
Where is the name of the thingamabob?
There was no humanity after that, man. I disagree.
Oh, this is an interesting thing. So, I've got entirely distracted. I'll try and find that thought at the end because it relates to the chapter when Dorian looks at the paintings of his family, and I think that's quite an interesting one. Although it felt like a slight pause from the story. I think it's one of the ones that got added in. I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head. But I want to talk about the separation of self. The notion that the four main characters are Basil, Henry, Dorian in the portrait, and Dorian in actuality. And
Yeah.
going to be talking about there is the framing of Dorian's death at the end of the book as a suicide, but that's not how I read it, and in two layers, because just kind of like heads up of topic, there is the idea that I think it could be argued that it wasn't intentional in the way that that would be associated with. But I also think that the idea of the separation of self, there's when Dorian talks about the portrait, it's kind of like a journal and a record book, but the language of like split and separate is used quite often. And I I think there could be an argument that Dorian had become so detached from the consequences of his actions that when being confronted by them in the idea that the good thing he did was actually an act of vanity and not an act of kindness, he was driven into a rage at the consequences of his actions, and in some way, whether entirely or just in part, he viewed it as separate to himself. He viewed the portrait as no longer akin to him because he had become so divorced from the notion of his life having consequences that when he attacked it, he wasn't, in his own perspective, attacking himself. He was attacking the painting that he now viewed as entirely disparate from him.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's an interesting idea.
It's why I kind of added them in as two characters.
Oh, I do think I agree that the portrait is a character in its own right.
Mm-hmm.
I had a slightly different reading
Mm-hmm.
in that I do think it is closer to, for lack of a better word, suicide. I feel like it was more out of a space of like a realization of who he was and where he came to a degree. It was the like vast difference between like how far he had fallen to a degree, where
Yeah.
it was that idea of like I think in a more like psychological sense of it, it's like that idea of killing your old self. In this capacity was that idea of like um seeing where he came from and where he is now. It was more out of an act of like not trying to kill your old self, but like not being able to join those two
Rejecting your
sides
old
of
self.
who.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
like not
in
being
his
able to like
volatility. Yeah.
rectify. You can't rectify how far you have come to a large degree,
Well, yeah.
and out of that, it was a suicide. That's why I say the closest word is suicide. I don't think he like
I I I
wanted that. It was more like a falling apart of
oh, like he was having a mental
who Dorian
breakdown for
Gray
this
is.
entire book. But
Yeah. Well, in that moment, I feel like it was more of like a falling apart of what he sees as identity. Um,
yeah. I think he had previously, to some extent, primarily identified with how he presented and thought that in some
hmm,
way the portrait could
that
later
was
be
him.
reconciled with himself and how he presents outwardly. And then
Hmm.
upon seeing that in his very brief very brief attempt to reform, it didn't manifest in an improvement of the painting and returning to his previous form, he rejected it, and his idea of the that he was somehow detached or not permanently associated with the form depicted caused him to lash out in anger, would be the other way that I kind of read it if you don't look at it as a full him perceiving it as a separate entity, instead looking at it as a kind of, admittedly I haven't done my homework to the day of, but I will get it done before the class kind of attitude that he'd had up until that point with the portrait.
That's a great way to describe it.
He was just like, admittedly, my exam's tomorrow and I haven't studied, but I am going to study before. I'm just not going to
Hmm.
start now. And then upon
Yeah.
starting to
What
revise, he realised he's probably going to fail, and yeah. But
what Rasmus said is actually pretty close to what I was like implying to a degree. Is that like it's that detachment from it for so long creates this idea in his head of what he is, and then being presented at it at like once, like just instantly, just like slams him like a truck. It just becomes like it because when we talk about like who we were in the past versus who we are now, it's over time, right?
mhm.
You change step by step by step by step by step. He did that all without realizing the backside of it. He essentially went for a leap in his change, not realizing where he came from.
I
And once he actually got to see where he fell from, it hit him like a truck because you can't rectify that
I
change in himself.
I didn't read it in that way personally, because the very first slightest change, which is the cruel quirk in his mouth after his interaction with Sybil Vane, is immediately visible and, by our understanding, the first change in the portrait. And so he was from the very start aware of the changes occurring and that his actions contributed to them. It's just that we had like a 10 or 20 year time skip, and so most of the changes happened off page. I think he was aware as they happened. I don't
I
think there's
don't know
anything to
if he
suggest that
was.
I think he may not have felt. Well, this is the whole idea of
Because like
he was
so
devoid of
just to
accountability because only the painting was held accountable. Um,
yeah, but so like here's the thing, right? Because like the idea that we're talking about of his corruption and his
mhm,
fall is so when you think about hedonism as an idea,
yeah,
right? A lot of it comes down to the idea of like you do not realize what you are engaging in to a large degree. You don't realize. So like I'm just going to use an example that's not necessarily what is engaged with him, but like when you're in a club and you're partying and you're drinking, you take a drug because you don't realize what is going on. And then you realize, like, oh, after 7 drinks and the fifth thing you've done, you realize, oh, I am extremely fucked right now, right? And you don't realize the steps you went through to get there. It all just hits you at that one point. Like, oh, after the seventh drink, oh, I am really, it hits you, right? In the same capacity, how far he has come. He might have taken every step and realized I took the step. But it's only once you get to the end of that process that you realize, oh, this is all what happened. It
Mhm.
led to here. It hits you at once.
Okay.
You might realize every step of the journey. You might realize every shot you take. But it's only
Mhm.
once like the 10th shot hits and you're like, oh, I'm extremely drunk right now, that you realize how far you've come with every shot. Even though logically you stepped every step and you
Yeah.
note every step. It's only at the
I
end
think
where it like
hmm,
really slaps you.
the thing which I do understand that perspective, and I think that's only true when he describes his response to the initial change in his concern, and also him being so convinced that Basil would be able to see the difference. Because I think
Hmm,
that's something of note at the very start, whether or not he would.
hmm.
I probably he would because he was so in love. But anyway, I don't think Henry would have noticed the difference at first. Whoa,
I don't
interesting.
think so either.
But to me, it wasn't just the change. I think it was kind of that idea which mentioned earlier that I focused more on rather than seeing the sum of parts. But I think Dorian had become so used to being without consequences, he expected that the consequences to the portrait were temporary, and that if he talks at several points in the book about I will be good from now on, I will be a changed man.
Yeah.
Um, and so I think he sincerely thought that the consequences that the portrait had experienced could be undone. And so he had seen the
I
sum
could
of
see
their
that
parts,
perspective.
but he didn't see them as a permanent effect because he was so detached from that. As how could anything possibly be held to him permanently by
Mm.
aesthetic, by status, by class? He had been so
Yeah.
distant from consequence that he thought that nothing could mar him, and in some extension, he thought that any damage to the portrait could be undone because why wouldn't he with the life he's lived? Why would he think that any consequences apply? Um, and so upon realizing, which he didn't really give it much of a good effort, but upon within his own within his own world and reasoning, upon realizing that it couldn't be undone and that the changes to the portrait were permanent, it was the permanence of those consequences. I think to me, it was the realization that the changes that had happened to the portrait and in part who he had become was permanent, and not that it was only seeing it in total for the first time. It was the permanence of it that upset him rather than it being the accumulation that upset him, was my lens.
So why I think it was the like how far you had fallen, right? Because like
Mhm,
let's continue with the like example I had before, right? Because like so let's say you're in the club, Daniel,
mhm,
right? And you are taking shots.
mhm.
Shots in this example is like everything he does for the fall and all the stuff that actually happens to him. Just like to get to a nice clean like clean version of like what hedonism full is for Dorian Gray. So
Mhm.
you're taking a shot, right? And nothing happens. And you take another shot, and you take another shot, and you take another shot. And you keep going, right? And by the end of the night, all your friends are extremely drunk. You're kind of still feeling fine. You're vibing, bruh. That stuff
Heavyweight
went
mouse, let's
down.
go.
You're the heavyweight, right? And your friends go home, and you're like, okay, um, you're like, okay, cool, right? None of this really affected me. I'm vibing. I'm cool. I'm great. And you do it the next night, and the next night, and you get to a point where it keeps happening, but nothing affects you, right? And you know you shouldn't be doing it. You know that like this is doing stuff to your body, right? Because like people tell you this is like morally going to like mess you up, but it doesn't affect you.
Mhm.
And you keep going and you keep going, and all the while you know that like maybe I should stop. Next time I will be better, but then you do it again because it doesn't have any consequences on you. And then let's say in this hypothetical, you meet this other version of yourself that did get drunk for every time you got drunk.
Mhm.
And you see they're basically dead because their liver is destroyed because you decided to take 20 shots every night and you realize, oh, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. not great idea. That is where it comes down to, is that, like, sure, he kind of has this idea of, like, it might not do something to him,
Mm-hmm.
but I think he came to a point where, like, he didn't realize what it was doing. He didn't
Well,
realize that.
hmm.
He didn't realize that each step he took did what it did.
I
And it did.
Okay, I would like to respond. I think then you would only enjoy apple juice, that's it. I'm going to be honest. One of the reasons I don't really drink anymore is because I have a really high alcohol tolerance.
Then he has a very high alcohol tolerance. I've only okay, so a bit of
Is
behind
this
the
back
scenes
in the day
thing.
when we used to play Valorant in the big squad and oh
Behind the scenes
no.
thing for people that don't know Denya.
Hmm.
Denya might have a higher alcohol tolerance than me.
Yeah, I'm an abnormally alcohol resistant mouse.
And like borderline 6 foot, and I'm like 150 pounds, like 160 pounds. I'm like 89 kilograms. Um, and a lot of it, like, I'm pretty well built. So, like, yeah, and Danya might have a higher alcohol tolerance than me.
I don't know how. I don't know why. But I don't
And
drink.
I already have a high alcohol tolerance, by the
I
way.
I drink like I drink like maybe 4 times a year at most. But I yeah. One of the reasons I sincerely stopped drinking as a student was just because it was impractical. Like I'm naturally quite a reserved person compared to like the going out, dunce, 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 dunce. And so to kind of be at the social level of inebriation to go out, it was ridiculous. I'd be drink. Yeah, no, it was just impractical. It was expensive.
I might, it is. I might endure stronger stuff, like a whole bottle of Jägermeister. I don't like Jägermeister, but if Dania she can take stronger stuff, I would be surprised. No, Dania can. Um,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
for example, for example of like alcohol tolerance for me, and I think Dania might have as good or better alcohol tolerance than me.
Mine's gone
That
down
we
a
did a
lot.
drug stream. We did a drunk stream on Leo's channel a while ago, where I got
Oh
drunk with Leo and
yeah,
them. For me to get drunk enough to actually like appear drunk, I had to drink a whole bottle of vodka. Um, and that's when I started appearing drunk.
mine's
Is
not
like at
that
the end
high
of this, I
anymore.
wasn't even really drunk.
I've
I
become a
wasn't
little
even really
baby
that
mouse.
drunk.
Student Denia, Student Denia, there might be a portrait of her liver somewhere, but no, yeah, I don't know. The more I know about the mouse, the more accurate the meme I made about soup becomes. And no, I'm not gonna be Gandhi and nuke people.
I for
No.
for context, right? The drunkest I've ever been, and it took quite a bit to get me there, was after a night out, and I had tanked. So okay, um, nobody used this tip. I'm gonna say something that
Oh
makes alcohol go
no.
down very easily. Don't do it. It's bad for you. Half a bottle of 7 Up and half a bottle of vodka
Oh,
mixed.
I
So
mean,
a liter vodka, a liter 7 Up.
I
It
fear
doesn't take like alcohol.
I fear have the worst advice is you just do cordial 50-50 with a 50% spirit as the strat rather than
That's also really good.
lemonade.
Seven
But
Up,
this is bad advice. This
7 Up.
is
Just the issue with 7 Up is like it's
It's
lemonade flavored,
okay. This is the
so you
issue.
want to drink
Everything's
more of it.
fizzy, so it's got bubbles. And then if I try and drink enough to be drunk, and I'm not just drinking like a low percentage alcohol like amaretto, which I just drink straight. If I'm trying to drink like a spirit, then it has to be with a mixer, and then I get the hiccups.
No, so half a bottle of 7 Up, half a liter of vodka. Russian Bear is my favorite. I drank 6 of those. So I drank 6 liters of Russian Bear and 6 liters of 7 Up.
That's hazardous.
I was. Mm-mm. That's the drunkest I've been. I only felt it after the fourth one, and after the fourth one, I should have stopped. At the
After
sixth
the
one, I
fourth
was
one, you
gone.
should have gone to the doctors. Anyway,
I, I will say that was when I was like 19.
I
At
do think
at
there is.
19,
Mhm.
At 19, I was still doing ballet, and I was still doing rugby, hockey, and soccer. And I weighed like in kilograms, just to say it in the easy way. In kilograms, I weighed like 97. Um, and I was a tank at that time. I was like, I was big. Um, I have since stopped being that big and like not gym
Everybody
that
should
much
drink
anymore.
responsibly.
But yeah, I used to be a tank. I actually like yeah. It
Lesson
was
of
the
today's
only reason
stream.
I got
I'm the tank now. I'm not. I'm like
the
5 strong
the
cocktails
only
makes me
reason it
tipsy
got there.
nowadays.
The only reason I got there is because my friends had never actually seen me drunk, and their goal was to get me drunk.
Hazardous friends. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well,
I consented, and there was a designated driver. That's fine.
I 19-year-olds don't make informed decisions on alcohol consumption.
Not at all. That's why now I said don't do it. Make better choices than I did that night.
Oh dear. Okay, I understand the perspective you're coming from with the idea of Dorian not seeing the incremental changes, but I really didn't see that as I read it, and I'm going to explain my perspective because I don't necessarily think that my reading is like I'm not. How do I phrase this? I'm not saying that I think that reading is wrong. It's just very separate from the things I focused on when going through it. So I'm going to talk through my parts a little bit. Um, so we only see a lot of the story happens in a time skip. There is a 6-month time skip where the thoughts of Henry embed themselves into Dorian, and then there is a 20-year time skip between the death of Sybil Vane and the eventual death of Dorian Gray. And so in the time, we only ever see 2 actions, I think. Maybe 3, with one being a small change. We only ever clearly see 2 actions that result in a change of the portrait, which are the death of Sybil Vane and him and Dorian Gray not ruining the reputation of this young woman and instead just leaving her behind, which he expected to be a kindness and instead led to a smugness in the eyes, or whatever the precise description was. And both the times those changes happen, he immediately goes to look. He talks about this idea of not wanting to see, of he should resist because he's distressed at the idea of it changing, but then he immediately caves to his impulse, looks at the portrait, and is distressed. He then externalizes the responsibility and consequences of his actions and rationalizes that he is not at fault and that he did what he wanted to do and therefore he was right in doing so. But he is in the moment distressed and conscious of the change. And because they're the only changes we see, we don't ever see a change happen and him be apathetic to it. We see him. Oh, and there's the third. Sorry, I missed the obvious one. When he kills Basil, he is incredibly distressed by it, and when we see even the consequence of his actions in the body of Basil, not just in the change of the painting, he is distressed by both. And so we see Dorian act, him see the negative consequence, be devastated by it, and then rationalize it as not being his responsibility or not being representative of him. And so that pattern for the 3 key events we see within his character and change, to me, don't depict someone who is unaware of the consequences of his actions. It's just someone who doesn't see the consequences of his actions as being representative of him. And so it's being confronted by the fact that this is a permanent depiction and not something that can be easily changed, and not the actual acknowledgement of self, I think, is because there's a lot of focus on the distress and then the dismissal of it and the this is a permanent, this is my responsibility, etc., etc. And yeah, so that's why I didn't view it as a surprise. Yeah.
I can see that.
Oh, hello, Bun.
Yeah, I can. Oh, hi, bud. I can absolutely see that. That's all. Like, yeah, I can see it from that perspective. From that specific perspective and those reactions to those
I
two
take a
specific, well, 3 events,
yeah.
I could absolutely see the idea of it
Mm-hmm.
not being a surprise when he does realize, because there was 2 instances.
Prior to
There
the
was 2
yeah,
instances of it so
and then
clearly on page. That's like,
we don't ever
yeah,
see a change happen and him be apathetic to the change. He is wounded by the portrait changing. He is insulted by it in every instance we see of it occurring on page. So yeah, that was kind of my framing for it. Something which I mentioned there, which I kind of want to dig into, is I kind of want to talk about Sybil Vane a little bit. Who very briefly was Dorian's fiance. Um, um,
yeah,
but I think something that is interesting to me, I like looking at the origin of words. Um, and so Sybil is a Greek name, and it comes from the notion of like a prophetess or an oracle. That's where the root of the name comes from. And then Vane, although kind of not spelt in the same way, you could kind of view it as a name that means prediction of or prophecy of vanity, with the interpretation of the name as a root, and I just think that's interesting. Um, but continuing on, Sybil is kind of. It's interesting that, particularly in the second publication, Wilde thought to flesh out Sybil's character more with the additional chapter that was added showing her response to the engagement. And I think realistically that was done because when he got around to writing the brother attempting to kill Dorian, he thought it needed more setup, and so went back and added it back in retrospect. I think that's probably the main reason. Maybe I'm not giving the credits where it's deserved, but otherwise the brother wouldn't have had much establishing if it weren't for the bits
yeah,
added in when converted to book format. And so
yeah, I agree with that.
but the
I do think that is what happened,
yeah,
because like, minus that chapter, there's not that much establishing.
yeah, it would be kind of warning of like, oh, you know the girl that got killed earlier? Oh, her brother's out for revenge. You didn't know she had a brother. Well, she did. And so I that to me is why it got fleshed out. But I think it's quite interesting because in the family interactions they talk a bit about social performance, and Sybil's mother reminds me of Henry, but
Yeah,
a
okay,
less respectable Henry. And I mean respectable in the at the
yeah,
time, not by my values.
yeah,
Because if you look at the kind of the framing of the intentional dramaticism, the wanting to create scene and attention and note on what's being said in every instance, the use of those around as a dramatic tool to facilitate the play, the scene, and how there are 2 companions associated, being the 2 children, one of whom laments the dramatism and insincerity of the scene that's being created, and the other who is wholly swallowed up by it and lives in more so than herself. I feel like there's mirrors there um, between Henry, Dorian, and Basil. But I don't know if I'm reaching too much.
I could see that. I do think that, now that you mention it, yeah, the mom does remind me a lot of Henry
Yeah,
to a degree.
because it
I
feels
could
like
absolutely see that.
Jim's criticisms of Sybil, not Sybil, of, is she named? Sybil's mother, Sybil and Jim's mother, um, is a less kind version of Basil's criticism of the way Henry carries about sometimes socially, and the effect that it has by influencing Sybil or Dorian. Because that's the thing which I noticed between the two. I thought Jim trying to kill Dorian, finding out his youth saved him because of course he couldn't have been the young lad who 20 years ago looked the same age and betrayed his sister. But then eventually he came back and tried to kill again. I thought that was quite interesting, and it was it felt almost like some karmic force this time rather than the abstract of the absence of aesthetic sign of sin from the painting was saving Dorian from the consequences, where they're just being a bizarrely missed shot from him hiding in the grass preparing to kill him, which not very smart of Jim to hide in the grass laying in wait when they're going hunting in the field. But
Yeah, not a great idea.
yeah, no,
In any other place, he would have gotten shot.
yeah, the notion that Dorian somehow was so
No, I want that version of Oscar Wilde where he's vibing there, and then just some random hunter shoots him, and he never actually takes the shot at Dorian.
yeah, because
It's a rabbit.
it's kind of interesting because Dorian's so compelled in the moment by the hair that's in proximity to Jim lying in the grass, and to me, that kind of the only time you've seen Dorian be so wholly compelled by something was by Henry's words or by Sybil, and so I wondered if
Yeah.
the hair next to Jim was a kind of yeah. It was to show like a sudden declaration of being compassionate of beauty um that Dorian does in contrast with the sum of his actions in that Jim is now here to kill him, kind of, and then get shot. I didn't know if there was something there, but it felt like there was something there. It feels strange that something so karmically unlikely happens to save Dorian, because previously it's only been the aesthetic perception of good that saved him from consequence, outside of the consequence that gets saved from being incredibly wealthy, having a title of some kind, I've forgotten the precise one, and being a well educated man at the time. And I think there's some inference of blackmailing others so that his scandals don't get out, but theirs do. So, like, admittedly, there's other forces at play, but it feels like that was a kind of bizarrely out of place the universe saved Dorian moment. Which I thought was kind of interesting because karmic forces and the consequence of actions are very much like themes within Gothic literature, and so for something so random to save him,
Yeah.
it feels weird that it's in there. Do you know what I mean? It did lead for
Yeah.
interesting reflections by Dorian. Because yeah, if Jim had like staggered toward Dorian and been shot in like defense and concern, then that would have been framed more as someone was acting in a way that could be argued as reasonable if like very vigilante, but there would be like some moral grounds for his action, but Dorian's perceived innocence prevented anyone from considering it, and so his side was taken and then he was injured. That would make more sense internally to me, but it just being kind of luck, um, especially from the friend who's remarked by Henry to always shoot straight, and Henry doesn't compliment people. So, yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah.
Um, um, Oh,
I do like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Other note on Sybil Vane, I think, because art in in the aesthetic movement and in the picture of Dorian Gray is treated as a whole of like theatre, paintings, writing, poetry, etc. It's not seen as kind of like art in the traditional of only a painting sense. And so I think it's quite interesting that Dorian is largely only addressed by Sybil as Prince Charming, because within the notion of aesthetics, there's this whole idea of the aesthetic appeal of aesthetics and not applying an aesthetic philosophy to life because it's separate to art. And because Sybil only refers to him by Prince Charming, which is a name of a character from a story, it is a character in a play in the same way that he refers to her most affectionately as Juliet, as all of the Shakespearean figures of tragedy, the women in his plays, that he is described most positively when being described via the name of a piece of art and not via his name as a person. I think there's something there. I think there's something there. Yeah. Because people will say nice things about him, but Sybil evangelizes him in a way that
Yeah.
he mirrors before her decline in acting. But I think it's interesting that he's only evangelized when described by a name that is not his own and his name as a character, as a performance. Yeah.
Yeah.
When he's being viewed as art,
That is
not a
good.
person.
That is interesting. That is true. I didn't make that connection, but that is true. I make the connection to like Prince Charming as like a almost like a meme at this point, not
Yeah.
like as a character in its own sense. But that's an internet age thing. I realize now. That's like a more of a modern context understanding of that like nickname or vibe. But like at that time, it was straight up a character from a play.
Yeah.
So
It would be
yeah,
a sincere character motif in a play. In like, I don't actually know when. It's going to sound silly, but I forgot my like historic parallels of when things like Snow White and Sleeping Beauty got adapted, relative to the time period.
yeah,
But in several translations, he was translated just as Prince Charming, even though in the originals he wasn't given a name, and in many of the originals they had a much darker story. We all know the difference between.
yeah.
We've all discussed the difference between Grimm's fairy tales and their original source, and the
Yeah,
later adaptation. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. One thing that I did
that
want
is an
to
interesting idea.
note is
Can
I.
we?
Oh,
Can we take a little break? I just want to run to the bathroom.
oh yeah, of course. I
You can keep yapping if you want. I'm just gonna
I was
quickly
gonna say
run to the bathroom.
ads ended 2 minutes ago, so I can't run them. So I'm just gonna keep yapping. Um,
But
we can alternate after this. But yeah, I'm gonna just read out some of my favorite quotes because the writing is good, and we're gonna be all impressed by the wordsmith of it. Bless you. Oh, thank you. I don't know what it is. I've been sneezing all week. I don't have any other signs of having a cold. I've been tired, but I've not had enough sleep, so that's why I'm tired. But I've just been sneezing. And so the only thing I can think of is I bought the same like surface cleaner for wiping things down. I bought the same one as usual, but the packaging changed, so maybe they've reformulated and I'm allergic to something. But I have been kind of confrontationally sneezing throughout the week, and I'm not best pleased about it. It's getting it's getting to the point where I almost have like a sore nose. You know, if you sneeze too much and you get a sore nose. Don't sleep well, your defenses are low and your body's more likely to catch a cold. Oh yeah, but I'm very familiar with having insomnia, and I'm not tired in an exceptional way for me. I haven't been doing as good a job that I had the last month or two of sleeping as much as I should. Um, but yes, I'm just gonna go through some of my favorite quotes from. Um, it's mostly him. It's mostly Lord Henry saying slightly mean things about people, which is maybe uh negative reflection that those are the parts of the writing that I found most compelling, or that's something that Oscar Wilde is very good at. I think it's mostly that the parts that aren't simple insults are kind of related to big ideas that I want to discuss. That's my sentiment on it. But some of the quotes are, oh, I want to complain about his notion of intellect. There's this rant that Henry goes on early on, about how to be intelligent or to be beautiful is to be separated from society and your distinction above them in either of the categories, but how it is better to be beautiful than to be smart. I think it's probably the passage of time, but yeah, I don't know. Henry was annoying to me. An interesting character, especially because of his relation to the author and whether or not he is intended to be autobiographical, or if he is a caricature of how he's perceived, or if he is something more sophisticated than a caricature, a heightened application of a single idea and therefore a mockery of it. But outside of the things which, there are some things that Henry says that are sexist and just, there's the sexism, there's like period typical racism, and there's a lot of the bad things that kind of come with media of the time, and it can make it difficult to see a character and think about them evenly, because although they wouldn't be intended to have moral weight with how you perceive a character at the time, because it was the commonly held opinion from the audience that was writing and reading it, no longer have those opinions. It it's strange. The distance of time and how it affects the intended perspective of characters is difficult. But I found Henry annoying from the start. So I was just like, I was kind of grumpy with him because he was monologuing a lot, and then he went on to be increasingly demonstrative of ideas that people have thankfully moved past. The On the art thing you mentioned, people say art is subjective, but I truly think it is objective in one thing: the nature of what art is want to represent. So I think if you say want to, as in the intentions of the artist, that is true. But I think there is the idea of distance and perspective to art, because I'm going to use a kind of strange example for this, but it's the most famous one that I can think of in terms of pop culture recently. The isn't in a literary context, but if you take Mitski, who is a singer that I quite like, she has a song called Strawberry Blonde, which is very well known. It became popular on TikTok, and the song talks about the adoration of this blonde woman, and it is meant within the lens of Mitski as an artist being an Asian American woman, and is generally read by people of a similar background to being relating to her experience to the proximity of whiteness and its acceptance. However, when the song gained popularity, it gained popularity amongst a lot of lesbians and sapphic women as being the adoration of a woman that can't be acknowledged, and that you risk your friendship with if you acknowledge how strong the feelings are for them. And so there's kind of a case here where you can see the potentially intended motif of the song is in the one which people saw and pulled from it the most, or at least the portion that got the most views on TikTok. And so,
yeah, I know how that happened.
oh, what's
That happened.
We're
Also, by the way, rest more. You're getting to a topic that's I could talk about for hours, called the idea of the death of the author.
I think this is more so the distance of the audience than the death of the author. But I do think that the death of the author is a. I haven't read the second message yet, so maybe I'm speaking too early. But I believe a story or a piece of art or creative work can have one intended reading, but that other things can be interpreted from it. And
Well, yeah, that's the whole idea behind death of the author, is that like there is the intended meaning of art isn't necessarily the end all be all of what art
yeah,
is and how it can be interpreted and seen.
you also yeah.
It's just their perspective on what they created, but that's not the like it doesn't end with their perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Is the idea behind death of the author, which is a topic I can talk about a lot because like one, in a capacity, it is used to excuse horrible people for making good art. Lovecraft is like a massive example from history because a horrid human being made some really banger cosmic horror that's like influenced most of horror for the next millennia. Um, and
I
yeah,
mean,
so like
yeah, you have the big contemporary example of J.K. Rowling. Um,
yeah, you have the Harry Potter of it all. Uh,
yeah,
but yeah, that's one capacity of death of the author. But the other capacity of death of the author is in regards to something like if we talk about Oscar Wilde, is like he had an intended view of what the picture of Dorian Gray was. But just because he has that does not mean that what it means or what you can see in it ends with his view. Um, there is layers to it that has other meanings, and to a degree, just because he wanted to talk about something doesn't mean that is all that there is. So yes, to a degree, I agree with you that there is an objective nature of what they want to represent it as, but the subjectivity of art comes from the fact that like at the end of the day it's just one voice projecting what they want onto what they create.
I
That's not objectively true of the arts in a lot of
yeah
capacities.
my I feel the need to push back a little bit against the word objective because I think there is the weighted perspective of the intent of the creator, which is more significant than the interpretation of the average audience member when analyzing a piece of work. But
Sure.
it isn't singularly correct over any other interpretation. Um, it's yeah.
I, and I know I am on the like less popular side of that argument. You say weighted opinion of the author. I don't put weight in the opinion of an author personally.
I do in the literary sense of I think analysing how well someone got their point across is part of interpreting the quality of the writing. And if someone meant to make one
I
point and did not successfully communicate it, I think that's part of the story that should be investigated if looking at it in
Sure.
like an academic context. Um
I see where you're coming from. So like you'll notice when we talk about like books in book club, often
mhm,
I don't talk about like what I feel like the author intended for like a theme or something to come across.
mhm.
I don't often talk about that as like a end all be all of what was supposed to be there.
Oh yeah.
I do sometimes say like, oh yes, I think they intended to do this, right?
Mhm.
Because like that's where you get to it. But often for me, I value a book on what the book is. Um, like I value a book on what is in the book, right? I value it on where we are with a thing, right? Instead of like
Yeah.
what is intended. So like for example, with
Someone I was gonna
for
say
example, a
something
book
mean.
a book that I didn't like as much, even though I know what she wanted to do, is Babel by R.F. Kuang. And it's an author I have a very, very high opinion of, and I know what she wanted to do. But in book, it doesn't read like that to me. And that's why I had such a harsh opinion of that. Even though I trust the author and I know what she wanted, You know what I mean? You get to a
Yeah.
point where, to me, what is written and what I actually can read and what is there is weighted more
Oh,
than
absolutely.
the subjective opinion of the author or myself
I,
or like anybody else that sees it. What's in the book has the weight.
there's also the nuance that to claim that you would know the author's interpretation, that would need to be communicated to you some way. And referencing the theme discussed earlier, that explain this book in one sentence, for an author to explain what they meant throughout a book, wouldn't you just read the book, like outside of them
Yeah.
giving you all of their notes, and maybe made more possible by the proximity of the internet and the number of the time at which someone has at length to discuss things, but especially in the history of written media, you would have maybe like a news publication or comment on something. And so I yeah I I think that when you are looking at a piece of work, your interpretation and then the author's interpretation, and then kind of somewhere in between them, varyingly close to the author's interpretation is, or the author's intention or the interpretation is that of the context in which you're discussing it. Because I think that most pieces of media should be discussed with a relative frame of the audience. The frame of the audience we discuss book club books is kind of given without comment of a contemporary reader that is of the demographic that Twitch VTuber watchers are. um,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Like, yeah, I can see that.
the work of the author transcended the author itself, separate from the work. From the author is important simply because it will inspire others to create more. Yeah, I think that
So
yeah, I
I
like
want to push back on the top statement. Um, I can guarantee you Kai Lovecraft had bad comments, but on then we have Salvador Dali who had actual bad on people on that time. His just relationship with his wife is one proof of that. One, no, Lovecraft did not have that many bad comments because he was relatively unknown throughout his actual life, including to the end of his career where he got the most recognition for his work, but not that much. His work was actually post what's the word? I forgot the name.
posthumously.
His work was posthumously massive, um, including his big breakout many years after his death in the 1970s. Is when he mainly blew up to like the large Lovecraftian horror that we all know to this day. It was only way after his lifespan. Secondly, he was actively a bad member of society, including that he was an active member of politics in the time and perpetuated his own views and ideals and was outspoken on them. And that was also partially why he didn't blow up, is because of his other things that he talks about. Salvador Dali was bad, but no. Lovecraft was a horrid human being, had horrid views, and actively worked to them, and did not get criticized for him because he did not blow up until after his death. Um, Lovecraft was a piece of work. Lovecraft was a piece of work. He is getting attacked now for it, but in his life, no, he was not. Um, so that's just one thing I want to clear up because most people don't realize how easy Lovecraft had it for a long time with what he was. More recently now, the idea of death of the author is attached to him because people do not like the man, rightfully, but they do still like his work. But like in his time, no, he was not. Sorry, I'm passionate about Lovecraft because I realize people like Lovecraft. I think it's kind of okay. I'm not the biggest Lovecraftian horror fan. I think most of the good Lovecraftian horror is actually post Lovecraft. I'm gonna be so for real. Um, and it's more what he influenced that is good than his own work being that great. But I think people don't talk enough about how horrid of a human being he was, especially for like how influential he is in art from people that are not as bad, like Guillermo del Toro and Stephen King. Yes,
I,
he did write romantic story.
I'm gonna jump back to the picture of Dorian Gray.
We
um,
should.
um, so in da, 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 I think there's the regard, which I didn't make a note of whose perspective this was from, and that changes the inference of the quote. There's an interesting
That
one.
would.
Yeah. The quote itself, you might remember, is "No theory of life seemed to him as important compared with life itself," which
yeah.
I believe this is. I think it's Dorian, and to me that is an exploration of how he didn't deeply investigate the ideas which he absorbed from Henry, which is more of an argument that they were absorbed and not discovered within himself, because I don't know, I think maybe by my own nature more so than any real analysis, but the idea of an opinion being one that you go from within yourself without engaging and reflecting on it feels so alien to me. The lack of importance on an idea means that in some part must be one absorbed rather than one internally defined. Phrasing, but I thought that was interesting regarding the kind of motif of Dorian being influenced and the product of potentially shallow influence in how it's engaged with.
Yeah. I love that quote, by the way. No theory of life. Such a good quote.
One thing which I thought was quite interesting is when the time skip happened, the most significant one of the 20 years, it's kind of communicated via an interlude where they talk briefly about how Dorian considered joining the church, and then he started to collect instruments from different parts of the world, and there is the classic British Museum of it all in that, and then there's how he collected gemstones, and I thought that was kind of interesting.
The
But
British Museum.
I didn't know how to briefly address it, but I think that shorthand works suitably. Boo!
Right.
We're all gonna sit here and go boo for a little bit. But it was strange to me that they were there almost, because
Yeah.
I think in some way it kind of clarifies that he was publicly seen to be continuing to engage in gentlemanly endeavours and that he was a part of this upper echelon of society. But it felt just kind of random. And I know he's been referenced to be someone
A
who
little bit.
appreciates music. Henry's knowledge of him is because he's in a performance group with his aunt, maybe? I forget the exact relation, or his cousin. But it felt strange to me that that's what was chosen to be used as the shorthand for the time passing. The one thing that I like maybe got meaning from is that it might have kind of been intended to communicate how Dorian still had the impulsive nature of youth, because you would kind of think where it's easy to not realize, but when the story ends, Dorian's intended to be in his 40s, I believe, or very close to them, because at least 20 years have passed from his interaction with Sybil Vane, which is when she was 17 and Dorian was, I believe, around 18 or 19. And so the kind of fleeting interest and affection of it kind of manifests in his separation, and that he doesn't really sustain many things around him outside of Henry and Basil. Asterisks on Basil. There aren't many things that he maintains and holds throughout his life. And there's a discussion of how many of the ladies who he is attached with, or many of the friends he's had, are now no one would ride in a carriage without of shame. And so there's this kind of idea that he is fleeting with his attention and affection, which is something that you associate more so with youth. And so I didn't know if it was done in that way to kind of communicate that he hadn't grown. That he hadn't grown up in being frozen. But I felt like I must have been missing some intention and symbolism behind the two things that were picked. But yeah. I am going to take that as my moment to now go grab another drink and leave you to tangent for a minute. So, mwah.
I did leave you to tangent, so you can leave me to tangent. I won't tangent about anything too bad. Anyone would think he was a vampire. Yeah, I think it was more about the specifics of how he lived in his situation, more so than like what he stood for and what he thought. And like, yeah. It's more like how you would talk about like somebody's back now, less than like he's a horrid human being. From what I know, to be fair, I don't. I know about the man and what happened in his life and around him. I never read more than that because I don't really care about the man. I don't. Fuck him. That's all I gotta say. And I can say that. Then you wouldn't, but I can. Um, but yeah, that whole vibe, Restmore, is a very interesting idea of like the like work transcending the author itself. Um, so it's an interesting idea on like, does it belong to the perspective? Yeah, no. I'm not saying it's bad that you know and stuff. I'm just saying I don't really care. I don't care to learn more about, like I don't, yeah. More so than like I don't want to do the work to go read more about him, about a person I think is just a hard human being. But the idea of like who does art belong to is a very interesting idea that I really like. Um, but on like the picture of Dorian Gray, I think the perspective is because like Oscar Wilde obviously falls on one side, and it was not like it's not like like it's not like he knew about like death of the author at that point in time to a degree, but like he obviously falls on one side of the argument with this book specifically, in that he very clearly relates to the three characters in this book very heavily, and has a very clear perspective on all three of those characters. In that he wants people or thinks people should engage with these three characters. He didn't tell us what perspective that was, but he had them, which is really funny and interesting.
I am here
That
to
he was like, yeah,
project
I
my
see
decadent
myself.
versus aesthetic idea. Woo idea. Sorry.
Yes. But no, he did clearly say that he relates to three characters very heavily, but then didn't say anything about how or why or what those three characters are supposed to be. He just went like, it is. And then he left, which I love.
Yeah. Um. Oh, this is a. I. So I have a thing which I've noticed with the quotes that I took down from this book, which is most of the quotes that I thought were in a line or two of writing most impactful were the kind of snippy remarks and not the serious topics. And I'm reflecting on myself because of that. But I feel like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Oscar Wilde is really good at snippy remarks. um, but there's the one which is about a toilet seat, which I thought was hilarious. On page 91 of the printing that I had. On page 92 rather. Oh no, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was on page 91. Yes. There was a rather heavy bill for a chased silver Louis Quinez toilet seat that he had not yet the courage to send on to his guardians, who were extremely old-fashioned people, and did not realize that we live in an age where unnecessary things are our only necessities. Was a was a little snippet that I thought was quite fun and interesting. But yeah. He's just like, no, I've got to justify my like marble toilet seat. The
I mean, kind of get it. If I had a marble toilet seat, I would also want to justify it.
I suppose.
Lest they come for me.
Um.
I'm messing with you, but yeah. The comment might be but every time I saw a picture of Dorian Gray, the dude doesn't look like he belongs to the time.
You did the thing
Yeah,
where
but
you
that's
saw
just...
the words Oscar Wilde and read Dorian Gray. I've infected your mind. I'm sorry. It's very impolite of me.
You really have. It's gonna take me a week to get back to it now.
I only got it wrong once. Yeah, but it was a
It's gonna take me so long.
One thing which I thought was quite interesting, which I am kind of looking at this from a very modern lens with this point, but I thought it was quite interesting about. Admittedly, it was during the kind of height of certainly the height of the Jane is going so slow. Height of the decadent movement, but near the height in popularity, or at least the height of discussion of the aesthetic movement. But in a lot of modern contemporary media, there isn't as much demonization of male aging as there is within this book.
Yeah, that was one interesting part of it.
And
it's like,
yeah,
now it is way more female centered, but here there was a lot of it on male.
I would
perspective of it.
Yeah, to me the thing regarding it not being female centered here is that there's very little focus on women at all throughout this book.
True.
Yeah. Yeah.
It could be a lot of that. It could actually straight up be a lot of that.
So I
just think it's interesting that there is none of it though.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because I was thinking about this a little bit, and I was just like, oh, is it in the lens that it's someone that, because it's Basil to some extent, and then Henry to a greater extent who, well, actually that's wrong. It's Basil who inadvertently embeds in Dorian this fear of aging, and so I don't know if it's the if it's the perspective of being desired by a man and therefore desiring the youth associated with the notion of a desired object that we would normally, through like a heteronormative lens, apply to women in media, and therefore most commonly. But in this case, because it's two slightly older men, I believe they're around 10 years older than Dorian, who are admiring him, that it's applied to him.
Yep.
And so I don't know if it's
the
through
only
like
pushback
that
I
lens.
have against that.
Yeah.
The only pushback I have against that is that like that idea falls apart because it was not a thing at that time at all, really.
In which part wasn't an idea? Sorry, just because
that it was something. Well, it's not something that like. It's not like the okay. What's the way to put it? The like youth as that, as like a, what's the word? Want in a sexually attracted, like I am attracted to you vibe type thing. Youth has never been an attachment to male characters or like men throughout history to a large degree.
I'm gonna disagree on that based off one of the biggest references, as we mentioned earlier, as the theme of homosexuality in this book is ancient Greek culture.
Ancient Greek culture valued men that went to war. and had lived in experience.
In certain roles. That
Yeah, but that's also when you talk about that, is that like the rapid homosexuality in Greek culture was between men that went to war more often than not.
I suppose. I think the kind of idea of it, in my own eyes, that was the only lens of it that I could see a kind of expansion of it through. But I do think it falls apart a little bit because you see in the
I'm
latter.
not disagreeing with you,
Oh,
by the way. I'm
well,
just I don't see the like I don't know where it comes from, because like I do understand where you're coming from, that it would have been something about like the like, because like in our current perspective of it, on like our importance of youth and looking youthful, it is about like women looking uh for lack of a better word, sexually attractive to men no matter their age, and I will date a 20-year-old because I am more attracted to youth than actual people, right? That's where that whole cultural things comes from currently. But like when you think about like gay men and all this, in the cultures that it was practiced, and even now to a degree, it's more often on like the idea of a man in that culture, which for now it's more of like a manly guy. And in ancient Greek times, when this references, it was often men that went to war, and often in that time was more like experienced and like scarred almost by war. And then in his time, it was a little bit attachment to like intellectual men, like, because that was the idea, is like his type, like Oscar Wilde's type, how he looked in his time, was kind of the like attractive man of the time. But even then, it's not youthful men, it's learned men. Men have never had this like beauty attachment to youth as a culture ever.
maybe I. It's not something which I feel like there is a connection there, but I don't know if it's one that I can explain well enough for me to continue yapping about. Um,
That's fair. I'm trying to think about it.
because
I kind of want to read about it now more though,
there's the
because I never
notion
actually read about it.
of, especially in kind of, yeah, I don't know how to talk about it without getting into some really dark themes, and so I'm just gonna kind of move on. Um, but
Just some. Oh yeah,
yeah,
no, I can see. Yeah, I can see that.
well, yeah, there's layers because there's also the notion of in cultures where it was heteronormative and there was a condemnation of heterosexuality, there's the proximity of the men that would be desired to the women that would be accepted, and by that the desirability of youth and women could be applied to certain men. Um,
Yeah, I could see that.
I think is the like short perspective of it, but the big topic,
Yeah,
different
I could
discussion.
see that.
What?
I will say, yeah, that's like a whole few hours worth of discussion right there,
Yeah,
and unpacking a lot.
I do think talking about the concerns, it's really strange to me that no one's like bothered or noticed about um the fact that Dorian is still like 17 when he's 40, because the only comment we get is, paraphrasing in a sarcastic manner, is Henry being like, "What's your skincare routine, bro?" There's nothing else. There's no inquiry. There's said to be some rumors, but that's mostly about the fact that he um disgraces young women and some young men and encourages people to take opium. Nobody's talking about the fact that he hasn't aged in 20 years. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
I thought that was kind of funny. um,
no, nobody really does. I think you would agree. Like, yeah, I will say, like, if okay, that's more coming from a modern perspective. But if you take care of yourself enough, you could look like you're, and if you looked like, I don't, he's not described perfectly
mhm.
a lot, But like, if he looked like 20 when he was 17, it will only be until he's like 37, 36, to a large degree, at the oldest.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you could take care of yourself well enough to where you still look like you're 23 when you're like 35, to a degree, with like really, really good genes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I could see it.
No, like
It's still kind of weird.
I, I feel like specifically with the like social aesthetic focus that is focused on throughout the book, Dorian's retention of youth, other than seeing him as someone who must be virtuous because he stayed young, I would have expected more of a social consequence. But that,
Yeah.
but I am also someone who is long past, who is. I should not be getting ID'd anymore, but I still get ID'd for energy drinks, and so like,
Yeah, same.
it's
I don't think it's gonna last until I'm 37, but same.
sometimes if you're just like under 5'3", you're gonna get ID'd for like at least a while.
Yeah.
I tell myself it's because I'm short, not because I have the look of dread of doing a GCSEs about me. But throw him garlic, maybe. Wait, yeah, it's it's interesting. I think
You know,
I
usually it's the
oh
book club nomination section that gets me to want to read stuff, but I do want to read more about like our cultural like attachment to youth now.
yeah, it
Especially in terms of that, where like because like in this capacity where they don't talk about it, they're just like, "Oh, you look great for your age, buddy. It's good. What's your skincare routine?" I want to see the like cultural idea of not discussing things because like so I did have my headphones on when I was to the bathroom, so I did hear you talk about one thing where Lord Henry talks about like the idea of like intelligence and beauty being two sides of a spectrum that both alienate you from society, but it's more important to be beautiful.
yeah.
Like he would line on beautiful rather than intelligence,
You know, I said I got
as
annoyed
like
at
the better
Henry
option.
and then put the book down for a week. It was after that yap.
Yeah,
That was the yap that made me go, "Oh,
like
I'm gonna find him tiring," and then
it's like better to be beautiful than to be intelligent,
yeah,
and I kind of so it's weird to say and know that I am not fully on the side, but I kind of see where he's coming from, and I kind of agree. Because like, if you're pretty enough, people just don't ask you about things, and that's a cultural thing that I want to know about. I'm curious because like, you see a lot of people that get away with stuff just because they're pretty, or they look young, and I want to know where that comes from culturally, because we put such a insane cultural perspective on looking good or being young that I don't know where it comes from or how it works or what the heck is going on, and I want to know. Because I kind of agree with him at a base level that, like, both do alienate you to normal society, but to a large degree. Uh, Being pretty is the better of the two. Even though I would rather be smart, I would rather be intelligent, but, like, I see if you are from a perspective of the most accepted, it would be pretty.
yeah.
Being drop dead gorgeous would get you to be a model and get you billions of dollars just for having a pretty face.
I mean, I have so many thoughts on. Yeah, I have so many thoughts relating to this. I think that if you were to be born beautiful or smart, it takes the least labor to get value out of beauty, whereas it takes labor to get value out of intelligence. Um, which
Yeah, but like so from a cultural perspective, right? Even with labor on both, as a society we value pretty more. We value beauty more. It's very easy to be seen with how rich we have our scientists that are extremely studied and put in way more labor versus how rich one of the Kardashians are for being attractive.
I think there is. I think with modern media examples, there is. Uh, it becomes less
Do you
direct
see where
because
I'm coming
I
from,
see where you're coming from. There is unquestionably a benefit to beauty, but I think I just kind of object to it. Yeah. It's one of the things of because I find it so. It's the classic case of because someone has confidently presented an idea in a slightly condescending manner, as if it were to be a factual statement, and it's not something I disagree with. I've got annoyed at them, and they can't fully engage with the sentiment. But I just
I know what you're talking. I know what you mean. Like
this
I said, I
is
also
my
don't like the
classic.
man. I also don't like the man.
This is my classic. I feel like
This is
on regards to
this is
modern
the time.
beauty, I feel like an amount of it is spectacle, in that if we were to observe something, we would rather it would be beautiful, but we would rather have spectacle. However, given the ease of labour of a kind of Kardashian-esque position, there is such abundant application that society can algorithmically, and does via social media, algorithmic feature for the beautiful people who will be spectacles rather than any person who will be spectacles. If that
Sure.
makes sense.
No, I agree. Also, just to talk about what Tundra mentioned, it's like they are not just rich because they are attractive, they had a significant amount of money injected into their ability to show off that attractiveness. Yes, that is a large part about why they are so successful and why pretty people are so successful in this day and age. Because, like, one, in the past, it took a lot to get you to a place where that would pay off. Now, you upload a TikTok. Everybody has access to the internet. It's way easier to get that view in front of people, and then it's way easier to get to a place where you can do stuff like that. Um, but like to a degree, I think, and I get where you are also coming from, Daniel, where it's like a position of like they are that rich because of like the spectacle of the like entertainment side of it, and it's less entertaining to be a scientist making the cure for cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Not that much spectacle inside there. But like
Well,
I think that's kind of where Lore Hendry is coming from. It's like it's easier to be pretty in a society than to be smart. Even though I think there is more value in being smart and curing cancer, it's easier to be pretty, and that's why that's the preferred side of it. Is like that it's a lot easier to just be a pretty person that goes to social events and then shows up and goes like, oh yes, all my friends that are here, than it is to go and cure cancer. Um,
I
so like it's the easy road out.
well, this is what I was talking about. How it takes less labor to manifest gains from beauty than it does intellect earlier.
Yeah.
Um, the I think there is also the context of the aesthetic movement as a social perspective that was more highly prioritized at the time, because beauty was seen as goodness. You wouldn't need to judge someone's character, you could simply look at their face. And so
Hmm.
I feel like there is connotations to beauty that we no longer have, although we maybe value it more
I
somehow.
disagree.
And, I'm not saying that we have lost the social assumption of forgiving people because they're beautiful. I'm saying that um, it's a topic that we're less actively aware of when discussing it. Because when
Oh, okay, I agree. I agree that we are less consciously doing it.
yeah, because when
Because like
Henry discusses
honestly,
beauty, he is talking about the access and the ease that beauty gives you, whereas when people talk about beauty, we understand the
I think it's more
subcontextually.
now. I think it's easier for you to. So I think I think when they talk about it, right? It was more of a like knowing that they did it thing. I think we don't realize it now.
Oh yeah,
The amount of like
that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
the amount of subconscious things we let people get away with because they're attractive is insane now. Um, the amount of subconscious like shorthand for a good person beauty makes you now is crazy. Um, just look at like there's the example from a few years ago about like the guy that went to prison and everybody was like, nah, don't put him in prison. He's hot. Like the amount of like shorthand like good person beauty means good person is insane now. And it's way easier to make it happen. Also, yes, I do know what you were talking about, like that they were they were nepo babies from the start. But that's a different conversation than beauty. Nepo babies is a whole different topic.
I am
Um,
sorry, I'm just being reminded of, I am not particularly a short form person, but one of my friends sent me a video of it was a post by this woman, and it was like, not verbatim, but it was like, it's remarkable how when I dress like a 2014 emo boy, everyone notices that I don't make eye contact, stare at the floor, and carry around a dinosaur plush. But if I dress hot, no one notices I'm autistic anymore. It's my
yeah,
it's my like entry and
absolutely,
participation in that, because it is like an
absolutely.
observable thing. But yeah, yeah. uh,
Absolutely. And
I,
it's extremely easy to see. Like all over current society. It's like extremely easy to see. And I think the other side of it is that like people realize that like here's the thing. And it's insane to say, right? We saw the documentary about Jeffrey Dahmer, right? A objectively horrible person. But because he was played by Evan Peters, an objectively attractive man, people were like, oh, I don't know. Maybe he was cool. Hot guy. And it's like insane that like if Jeffrey Dahmer looked like Evan Peters, people would have been like, mm,
I
mm,
mean, the people's
maybe
relation
stuff.
to true crime and by extension serial killers is a whole category, and I think this is like a broad application of it. But I do think there's a shenanigan there at play. Um,
It's insane. It's
they
like
stress me out.
yeah,
I
that whole thing is insane.
I'm
That
someone
like
who,
true crime is
if I'm gonna pick two like corners of YouTube to have beef with, and it's family vloggers and true crime. I'm it stresses me
I
out.
have beef with I have beef with way more corners of YouTube than just those two. In fact, I think I have beef with most of YouTube.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, to be fair, um,
Oh yeah, the hot serial killer should start a model career kick. Yeah, yeah. And honestly, we say that as that people think that sometimes. It's like insane to me. The amount of like attachment and like stuff that like attractiveness gives in society versus like intelligence is insane.
I have a
Because
completely.
like
Oh,
the real life Jeffrey Dahmer, by the way, was a very, very intelligent guy. He was extremely intelligent. And nobody would be like, oh, he's so smart. He should not be convicted. No, he should be. But because he was played by Evan Peters, no, he's too hot, man. Jeffrey Daddy.
yep.
Sorry. I
That's
have
gonna get
beef. I have
clipped now.
beef.
I just know that's gonna get clipped. Um, the okay. Should we jump into the discussion of, as like the main focus of the topic of um
You were
we,
right. I clipped it.
oh no, of
We say,
Henry in proximity to Oscar Wilde, because we've kind of talked about it a little bit, because
hmm?
well, it's interesting because if viewed as a moral, I'm kind of repeating things I said earlier, but we said it was jumping between topics, and I kind of want it to be a central discussion. But if viewed as a moral story, which I think there is a lot of structural argument to do, even if the preface says it shouldn't be, the preface was
Hmm.
added in retrospect, the prelude rather was added in retrospect. Um, it condemns the ideas and the influence of Henry, who mirrors, and it's not mirrors in the sense of we see connections. Wilde has plagiarized several of his own letters and articles and put them into Henry's monologues, things that he wrote earlier in his career when discussing the aesthetic movement. And so I think it's interesting because the book at the end would be seen as a condemnation of that, because the influence
Yeah.
of A leads to bad thing B, therefore A bad, but A is arguably representative of at least a period of the author's writing or its perceived writing. And it's so interesting, and I don't I have my whole kind of interpretation of the criticism of the aesthetic movement in applying the theory of art to life rather than just to art. Um,
Hmm.
because I think that's like the central theme. It's because Dorian is being evaluated as a piece of art, as his face, rather than as his life, as demonstrated by the portrait. Um,
Yeah.
but uh, but yeah, it's interesting, and I don't think it's kind of a contemporary writing because we saw from the question, the quote earlier, that at the time there was discussion of how Henry mirrored Wilde. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, to that degree, I think a large part of that, it's easy to take like the idea of like, because like, so the book, it's very easy to think the book is just like, ah, yes, hedonism bad, but it doesn't. It doesn't actually do that, which is the weird part about it. It doesn't actually come down to that base idea of like X bad type vibe. No, it doesn't. It never says it to a degree. Um, in fact, it kind of says the opposite to a little bit of a degree. In that it doesn't say it's bad, so like it kind of does say something. So to a degree, yes, and it is interesting that he mirrors his own life in a lot of his own like writing in Henry, in that he reuses a lot of what he wrote already. I don't want to say plagiarizes because I don't know if you could, I don't know word definition wise if you can plagiarize yourself.
well, Wilde
It's an
has
interesting
it is
conversation.
like acknowledged too. He quite commonly takes quotes from other writers and either swaps one word or leaves them verbatim in his text, and it was controversial
Yeah,
at the time, but it's kind of been accepted now as a referential influence. But people were grumpy with him at the time. He was regularly accused of being. There was one famous quote, which I forgot the source, but um, Wilde is such a prolific plagiarist, he has plagiarized himself. Was like,
yeah, but
yeah, which is it's where I
I
got the language from for it. But yeah,
I understand where it's coming from, but like I think the implication of self plagiarism is kind of, hmm. And even referential like statements on like being plagiarism is kind of an interesting idea that I don't. But like, yeah, more so just like the idea of it on about, but like it's not at like a I'm gonna yap about it for too long. It's just like an idea that I find interesting on like the idea of self plagiarism.
mm,
But I do think some of it is interesting and that he tries to mirror his own ideas with Henry, because like the idea I think it's in service of his own viewing of what he wanted this to be, because we did talk about like the whole thing of like he views Henry as what society sees him as, and to get to that position where he would see that is by using his own words to a large degree, because that's a very easy shorthand to get exactly there, is to just be like, oh yes, he says thing I said, so obviously it's the same, right? It's a very easy way to get there, is to just shorthand that. um, I think it's more than just that to a large degree. It's not just to shorthand. I think a large part of it is to be, because like I think a large part of it is the idea of like somebody taking something to an extreme, because
yes,
that is two parts of what those two characters are. Dorian Gray and Henry are taking two ideas to a very very deep extreme, right? Dorian Gray in his own like hedonism and like all the shit he does takes that to an extreme. Henry takes the ideas that he is playing with to a heavy extreme, and then a lot of the stuff that he does with like influencing Dorian Gray, he takes to an extreme and doesn't like, you know what I mean? So like
yeah,
I think there is the idea and the attachment of like taking something to an extreme that is attached to it. And in that capacity, he has to kind of use his own words and then push them constantly to be more and more and more and more and more, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to like almost push his own ideas to their extreme to a large degree. Which I think is an interesting idea, and I think that's kind of where I like the feeling of like him not condemning these ideas comes from, because like I feel like in a capacity he thinks of them as like pushed to their extreme, right? He
Yeah.
sees it as like, no, the base idea isn't wrong. The wrongness is in that you go overboard with these ideas, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like he doesn't think Dorian Gray is wrong in that like he does engage with self-indulgence. He thinks Dorian Gray is wrong because he keeps doing it and pushes it that far along in his own self-indulgence, if you understand what I mean. It's the excess of it is that's wrong, not the act of it that is wrong. Um, and in that similar way, because Henry is a talking character, it's the excess of those ideas that is wrong, not the base ideas that are wrong. It's that he goes too far into the extremes of these ideas. Um, that's also why I think he says that Dorian would be somebody that he would be in a different time, is because I don't think he thinks self-indulgence is wrong. I don't think at the base he thinks Dorian Gray is wrong. I think he thinks that like the extremes that Dorian Gray goes to is wrong, but at a base level, I don't think he thinks Dorian Gray is in the wrong for most of what he does. Um, it's more so the like I don't want to say active engagement with it, because it's not the active engagement. It is the not what's it when you don't like think about it? Do you know what I mean? Like you don't like consciously
Yeah.
engage with something. You just like passively engage with it in a degree of like let me just do X, Y on it,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't like consciously think of what this would do or what this engagement is and where it leads
Hey,
to a large degree.
Neil. I hope you're having a
I
good day. Sorry, I missed your book a
no,
minute or two ago. sorry.
you know, um, welcome, welcome. Um, I think that is where he comes down on it. Is that like I think he places these ideas in these characters, and he places these parts in these characters to show that like dichotomy between it, where it's not wrong to self-indulge like Dorian Gray does. In fact, I think he thinks he should more engage in what he wants, aka be gay. Um, and he sees that as like an idealized version of himself is somebody that is willing to just go that step further and actually do it. Um, like in his idealized version of himself, he is more of a doer in the things that is said. But like I think he talks about like the extremes of these things being ultimate, where you come down on something that is not great. Not great being a very bad understatement of what is horrid, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the interesting part. That's where I think he is like, I am, I am X, Y, and what Z all at the same time comes in. Is that like these are conversations that he would have and that he wants to do and stuff that he wishes for, but like that never was to a degree.
Oh.
Do you know
I
what I mean?
yeah, part of me though I would say that Henry has quite a negative depiction throughout this book, even if you remove it from a moral story, even if you don't view it as a kind of story with a end of a meaning. I don't think he comes across as a likable character, um, in a like
No.
simplistic sentence. But part of me wonders if he is in part a criticism of failing to investigate ideas presented to you, and is kind of a criticism of the audience in that way. Because if you look at one of Henry's first outbursts, it's the one we talked about earlier on the importance of investigating any thought or suggestion another man may have to influence you, because to be influenced and to live life insincerely to yourself is the greatest failure, whereas to live life entirely by your own making is the greatest harm, etc., etc. Non-verbatim, but
Yeah.
that general idea, part of me wonders if it's kind of like a warning and a declaration as an artist to an audience who maybe isn't having people engage sufficiently with their work and is therefore coming to
Hmm.
incorrect surface level conclusions and incorrectly parroting and adopting them. I think that could be maybe a lens, but I don't know if that's too modern of a lens for
Maybe.
it, because
It's
it
a very
feels,
modern lens,
yeah,
but
it feels very contemporary, but I feel like there's
that
some,
is very contemporary. I could see it though. I will say a lot of Wilde's writing does feel contemporary sometimes, and a lot of the ideas he does engage with has a big like basis for a lot of contemporary ideas. So I could
mhm,
see it, even not if like explicitly and like very very clearly. I could see an idea of it being there.
yeah,
Absolutely. Because he does do that. I will say he does do that quite often, where he has very modern views on some things, um, which is interesting. Not modern as in like 2026 modern, like contemporary modern.
yeah.
Just to be clear, contemporary modern, like 1960s modern, not like 2015, 2025 modern, 2015. Jeez, 2025 modern, 2026 modern. It's 2026.
It's 2026. Yeah. Apologies. We're in the
But
2027th year. I'm still
wait, you are?
grumpy about that.
No.
Yeah. Um. So. Oh. Um.
Yeah.
This is one thing which I was going to talk about, which this book famously has a lot of kind of queer and particularly the like homosexual subtext between Basil and Dorian, whatever the heck is going on between Henry and Dorian, between Henry and the
Yeah.
scientist whose life he ruins brackets twice, between Henry and the guy at the opiate club, between Henry and a list of other characters who had their reputation ruined, between Dorian and a list of other characters who had their reputation ruined. And so it's present as a lot of kind of subtext throughout the book, but I think it's kind of difficult to this might sound a little bit silly, but it's a little bit difficult to separate the modern lens of viewing this as a kind of there's a presumption because we see Oscar Wilde as a historical gay figure that his works must also be so, and there's an argument for that absolutely with Basil, and I would say also with Dorian, with Henry. I don't know. Um,
No.
but it's kind of interesting because I wonder if some of the times where you would assume that that's the context being inferred. So, for example, when he blackmails his scientist friend to dispose of
Hmm.
Basil's body, um, it's not stated what the blackmail was, but I assumed it was their previous relationship that had fallen apart. Was the blackmail in some way, or a parallel of that that didn't discredit Dorian? Um, and I think it's kind of interesting because I don't think that would have been the assumption at the time. Um, and so I don't know to what extent there's certainly the subtext there, but how much extra are we searching for because of the modern context of the author? I think is the full sentence. Yeah. Alan Campbell was the scientist. Yeah.
Alan
Um.
Campbell.
Yeah.
I could see that. I get the idea of it. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Well,
No. I will say the characters are very explicitly homosexual.
Yeah. Well,
At least two of them.
yeah.
One of which is the character where all those things are coded to. Dorian Gray is pretty explicitly homosexual.
Yeah.
Pretty. Um. So like,
Well, I
I
would
don't
say
know. I think that
the
reading is just from like it having those notes because of the character. I would say.
the clearest one is Basil and then Dorian, and then the others are kind of
Yeah.
by proximity to those two, but not within their own definition or description.
Yeah.
But yeah. Um. Oh, one thing which I was going to talk about, which actually relates to something we mentioned earlier that I just saw in the notes, which is when Dorian is looking at the painting for the last time, um, and I believe this is me having read it recently, and so I might not have the timeline entirely correct in my head. It is upon returning from not um from leaving the woman in the countryside, the kind of abandoning of their relationship before he ruined everything too much by the time standards. Um, it's after he returns and he has the conversation with Henry about it, and I believe in that conversation with Henry he finds out about the death of the scientist who helps hide the body, um, whose name I have forgotten, even though I said it a few seconds ago. Um, um, anyway, the scientist who helps hide Basil's body previously, I believe it is in that conversation with
Oh.
Henry that
Oh, I forgot his name now too.
it's in my notes somewhere.
No, you just said it, and I said, "Oh yeah, him."
Alan
You quite
Campbell.
literally just said it.
Alan Campbell.
Alan Campbell. It's Alan Campbell.
Yeah. So in that interaction, I believe that's when he found out that Alan Campbell has committed suicide. And then talking about how he doesn't understand and accept his actions and it's the final realization of them, there is an example of when the portrait changes, but he doesn't see and recognize his consequence of being the change. If I believe it is after that interaction, he sees the glint in the eye of his portrait of the self-satisfaction for the like pride and self-satisfaction of not like quote unquote ruining the girl, but he is confused that there is blood around the feet of the portrait. But I would assume that that was the blood of Alan Campbell because it would have been between his last viewing and the current
Interesting.
one that he passes.
Hmm.
I believe, again, 4 hours into book club, and I
Yeah.
finished the book this morning, reading 80 pages in the last day, so I might be getting things out of order. But yeah, I just thought that was noteworthy because I previously went on the whole campaign of he recognized and understood the connection of every change, but there was one there that he didn't. But he noticed that the like general swap. And actually, when I first saw it, it made me wonder if the girl from the countryside, who I is she named the name Helen's coming to mind, but I don't think that's right. Um, the girl in the countryside. I wondered if like the same fate as Sybil had befallen her. Um, when I first saw the extra blood, or when it was first described the extra blood. Um, but yes, I have one kind of abstract topic that I want to talk about, which, but that's my last general idea. If you have any points you want to yap about.
Victoria. I think her name is Victoria.
Victoria, yes, quite possibly. I recognise that as a name from within the book somewhere.
That name comes to mind, and I think it might be her. Because I can't think of who else that Victoria would be. But I think her name is Victoria.
Could Victoria have been Henry's ex-wife who ran away?
Maybe? Maybe?
Um,
Maybe.
I'm searching the word Victoria and they're mostly talking about the station. Oh, the man
Oh,
with whom
yeah.
my wife ran away with played Chopin exquisitely per Victoria. I was very fond of her. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's his wife. Then I don't know what the other lady's name is.
The women really aren't very present in the story. Normally we talk about if the cast of characters and the experiences are diverse. No. Uh, at the time, in the there was discussion of like inferred homosexuality, but lot of rich men with titles. Yeah. Not the most varied experiences in the story. Um, I have a few notes to kind of continue my
Hmm.
like wrap up thoughts. I don't know if you have any big tangents
Gar.
you want to jump off on. We've kind of abandoned structure altogether.
We really did, because I don't know what we're going to talk about in the spoiler section. I think we already discussed all of the spoiler section in
Oh,
not
I thought we said we weren't doing a spoiler section. We were just doing it all in one, and we
No,
were gonna.
that's what I realized.
um,
That's what I realize now. So we're doing lost the thoughts about the book, baby.
well, I have an idea first that I want to talk a little bit about, which is it
Hmm.
ties into the prologue's idea of the artist is not in the art, and
Hmm.
that Basil put too much of himself in the portrait of Dorian, and the fact that the book is called The Picture of Dorian Gray and not the portrait or the painting.
Hmm.
I think there's things going on there. So I think it being called The Picture of Dorian Gray as opposed to a portrait or painting is interesting because it decenters Basil as the creator. Um, because when you hear of a portrait or a painting, you think about the artist quite commonly in either before or in quick succession with the subject of the painting. But
Hmm.
picture nowadays has the modern connotation of being a photograph picture, I would say. But at the time, it didn't. And instead, it meant any kind of depiction, but not just depiction in the sense of a painting or an image, but a picture could also be in the idea of a thought, is my understanding. Because I was reading a little bit about this because I found it quite interesting, which is if you look at it at the idea of the phrase "picture this" and continue that social context of what picture meant at the time as it being a depiction of an idea. Um, and so I feel like it being the picture of Dorian Gray is very particular and intentional. I also think it is interesting because Basil at the beginning talks so much about how he can't share Dorian with Henry because he'll corrupt him, which, uh, but you see Basil talk about how he doesn't want the portrait to be displayed because he put too much of himself in it. But that's not the case, I think we can conclude as an audience. He may have put much of his effort and work into it, but the picture is assumed to contain Dorian's soul, and so the likelihood that the soul could share an object with the will and intent of another person seems a little bit unlikely. And so
Hmm.
I think there might be something there with the idea of a artist falsely thinking that he put his soul and self into the work, where the work instead stands on its own. Um, might be an idea.
Yeah, I could see that.
I,
I I do think it's interesting. I think the interesting thing about that as well is the fact that like the prelude is like, yeah, don't I don't think he condemns not like reading into things um to a large degree, but like I think his like spook of it of like, yeah, don't do it at your own peril is very interesting because he then clearly engages with it and says he did write himself into the story in a bunch of ways and that he sees himself in three of the main characters, which is
Well,
a very interesting idea.
I think the idea of those who read the symbol do so at their own peril, those who go beneath the surface do so at their own peril. I could see that getting tied back to the idea of influence. Um, but maybe I'm reaching there.
In what way?
Well,
I'm
the
curious in what way. Not
well,
not like thinking you're wrong. I'm curious in what you see, in what way you
so
see it.
if you think of when you when you try to dig into or read additional layers of something, it changes your perspective and your framing of it. And I think there's something, especially when paired with the discussion, maybe more strongly argued by the kind of quotes regarding um, no artist desires to prove, and I think, um, and then the kind of condemnation of um, all art is only surface and symbol, and that it doesn't have intention, allegedly. Not happy with that statement. The book redeemed the preface to me, but the preface annoyed me. But I think that there's a kind of suggestion there that by analyzing the themes of a book, you project intent onto it and can then be influenced by the intent of the book if you take it as a moral story.
Hmm.
Um, I feel like there is a bit of a jump there, but I feel like there's such common themes throughout it. It has to be in part considered. Um, the because I to me the prologue is generally, it feels like an address of it being viewed as a moral story in part, and then also him being annoyed at the way people interpreted it and kind of the criticism of it being amoral in its promotion of misdeeds and immoral and hedonism, but also in its inclusion of um, gay characters at the time. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's it's interesting. The preface does still kind of annoy me now. I've gone back and read it. Like, how 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 can you sit there say the no artist desires to prove anything, even the things that are true can be proved. No artist has ethical sympathies, and ethical sympathy is an artist's unpardonable mannerism of style. That's ridiculous. Like,
I think he believes it.
if I say I think less of him if he believes it. uh,
Why? I'm messing with you. No, I don't know if he actually does believe it because he does contradict his own statement in that in many interviews and stuff that he talks about
yeah.
and
I,
many letters he writes. So like,
I wonder if it's kind of intended as a defensive rebuke rather than a philosophical statement. As a stop trying to condemn me for writing a hedonistic queer book as being hedonistic and queer and just engage with the book. Um,
yeah,
but
I could see that.
because it is kind of a defensive preface, I think. um, but yeah. Oh, one thing which I thought was very. I talked a little bit about how I read the Penguin version of the book that had a lot of references in, and some were more helpful than others. One which was very helpful, if I'm going to flick to it and just read the quote from it, um, which is regarding the corrupting book, which I probably should have started looking to find the quote before I started talking. Da, 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 da. I'm still looking for the book. It appears later than I thought. Oh, it's in here. I read it, surely. No. Nope, never mind. I'm gonna have to search for a while. How did it not get introduced till chapter 5? I thought it was referenced far earlier than that. Oh, I think I might have found the quote. Nope, never mind. Never mind, I'm gonna have to Google it. It had to have been before chapter 8, surely.
Yes.
I'm just gonna have to search the internet. I'm too slow in reading. Oh, yeah, it's the psychological study of a Parisian young man trying to experience all of the passions and experiences of the previous centuries which are no longer available, and it is roughly translated to Against Nature. I don't have the French title where I found it, and it's by Luis Carl Huysman. I don't know how to pronounce French. That doesn't seem French, but I don't know how to pronounce the name. But that's inferred to be the yellow book that Howard gives Dorian, which ties in again with all the themes. So yeah, it it's a relatively recent one as well, which I think is quite interesting. It came out in 1884, and so quite close to when the picture was originally written, since I think it started being serialized in 1889. But But yeah, it was another book that was regarded as like a key piece of decadent literature. So, yeah. Wow. Okay. Do we have any other thoughts on the picture of Dorian Gray?
Nope, I don't think so.
Okay.
Just that it is fun. Y'all should go read.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think partially because I had to rush it, but I almost enjoyed thinking about the book more than I enjoyed reading it, which is I value discussing books, and I think it makes me value the reading of them more. But I think I enjoy thinking about this book more than I enjoyed reading it in a very strange sense. But I think it's just because it's so contextually rich, and that's not a lens which I often look at books in, and so maybe it's the novelty of that.
Yeah. I wonder if we read more classics, it would keep happening because there's a lot of context behind like classics usually.
Yeah, I mean,
Since we've had so much time to sit with them.
yeah, I do read like I'm not a like primarily classics person, but I don't know. I accidentally have been reading quite a bit of Jane Austen recently, and I don't look at the books primarily through a contextual lens. But I don't know. I think we are getting sleepy, and so I shall continue with the assumption that any ideas that we have, we will be at liberty to get distracted with in the future. So,
Ooh.
continuing on to our nominations for next month. Ooh. Up first, we
If
have
anything, that is us.
Getting Distracted. No. Okay.
At this point, that's our brand.
Yeah. So I realized at the start of stream I didn't actually explain what the category was, and we've just been yapping for 4 hours. But the this half of book club, because there is the sci-fi and fantasy counterpart, is kind of loosely defined as non-fiction and literary fiction. It's yeah. it's
No.
yeah. It's I don't know. It feels strange because I don't want to say it's anything that isn't sci-fi and fantasy, because I don't think that's entirely true.
I don't think it's that strange.
Well, I don't know. There's certain like books or categories of writing, like I feel like a contemporary romance would be out of place here. And then I was going to recommend Shark
True.
Heart, which is I think the only contemporary romance that I particularly wanted to read recently because I'm not a romance
To be fair,
reader, but that is
yeah.
like literary fiction, and so that fits in. I don't know. Uh, it's non-fiction and
Hmm.
lit-fic. Classics fit in here. Um, introspective thematic fiction fits in here, and informative non-fiction and essay collections fit in here. Big up essay collections, um, and memoirs and all of that style as well. So you may be able to get a better inference of the categories by the books that are nominated. Which up first is What I Ate in a Year by Stanley Tucci, and I am yawning because I have not been drinking much caffeine. Um,
I want more caffeine.
is that advisable?
Yes.
On what grounds?
Caffeine for yummy. Caffeine good.
Caffeine for headache?
No, just caffeine for caffeine's sake.
Uh, it doesn't necessarily exist in isolation.
Yeah, no, yeah. Caffeine for caffeine's sake.
Hedonistic
So,
consumption of caffeine. Okay.
what I ate in 1 year by Stanley Tucci. I recommended this one.
Yeah. Should we quickly go through the content warnings? Because I believe there's a few. As is kind
I
of.
can if you want. You can if you want.
Oh, I don't mind if you've got them.
Hmm. Okay. Content. Well, okay. Let me. Let, I feel like saying what the book is about will kind of put into perspective the content work. So I'm just gonna say what the book is. Uh, this is Stanley Tucci. He is. It's not a book about like what he ate in a year, specifically like a food journal necessarily. There is of that, but it's more like how how to track a life through what we eat and how that relates to how we are and where we go through and like it's almost like a diary through the perspective of food to a large degree. Um, it's like how he has a diary of like the passing of time and stuff that goes on around him through his journey through food and what he eats and when he eats it and where and stuff. It's not just like, oh yes, I ate this good duck orange here, even though there's some of that. Um, it's more like it's a it's a gateway drug to deeper thoughts to a large degree.
Mm-hmm.
Um, some of those deeper thoughts are related to his parents. I think it's his parents. I don't fully remember. I don't read too much into this, even though I'm a massive Stanley Tucci fan. But somebody close to him passed away, so there is talk about death. And they passed away from cancer. Specifically after a fight with cancer for a long while. So there's mention of cancer, death, um, the grief that associates with it, the terminal illness. I see death of a parent, so it was his parent that passed away. There's also dementia that is mentioned. I know one of his parents had dementia. There's some cursing. He does curse sometimes. There's mention of the pandemic to a little bit of a degree. And then there is mention of alcohol, food, and like grief. Alcohol will get mentioned sometimes. But yeah, I'm a very, 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 very big Stanley Tucci fan. I think he's a fantastic actor and a very interesting man outside of being an actor as well. That, like, I think as a person, he is very interesting. And he has a lot of videos up about him cooking and then talking about something interesting. And I knew he wrote this, and I've wanted to read it for a while, and I thought it would be a very interesting read to read together and talk about some of the things he talks about and some of the yummy foods, because I know we do both like talking about food. Food yummy.
Good, good.
We do talk about what we drink sometimes and foods and yummy things we eat and drink.
Mm-hmm. I
But yeah,
think.
this is less like food diary, more like person diary with like the gateway drug of like, ah yes, the steak that we barbecued together, or ooh, the meatballs my mom made me,
Mhm.
type vibe. It's that's the gateway. That's the drug that you get in the door with.
It's using the cultural significance of food as a framing point of reference for. A, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Interesting way to do a kind of autobiographical study. Um, cool idea.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought it would be interesting to yap about like how he uses food as like a like way to talk about some things. And it's specifically over a year's time. It's specifically about stuff he dealt with in a year. It's like a year's worth of thoughts and like stuff he ate and like how that levied into what his emotional state and like mindset was at that point in time.
Um, should we meander on to the next book? So,
Yeah.
up next is an essay collection by Ursula K. Le Guin, which is The Wave in the Mind. The full title of this, as is often the case with Le Guin and extended titles, is The Wave in the Mind, Talks and Essays on the Writer, the Reader, and the Imagination. And I want to read all of Le Guin's essays someday. I'm getting close. I've got 3 major essay collections that I haven't finished, one of which I'm partway through, and this is another. And I thought it might be the most apt to recommend for book club because it is, although not as its primary focus, it does discuss the notion of the experience of writing, the experience of reading, the difference between the intended experience of one and the experience of the other, and it kind of ventures closer to an on writing essay and memoir than her other work, which, considering the respect I have, and I think presumably others who have read her work, big assumption because I'm biased, is something that I'm very interested in. Also kind of interesting, which is she talks about several other authors. This I know, Tolstoy and Tolkien are two of the main ones, but there's a few referenced throughout. I don't know if there's any significant content warnings for this. There's some minor ones that are tagged online, but it's not a book that's highly reviewed digitally, and so finding detailed content warnings can be difficult, doubly so because it's non-fiction. But the ones mentioned are sexism and misogyny, gun violence, racism, and violence, which, for reflection, there's been 1 or 2 tags of each of them as minor content warnings, so I don't think they're significant parts of the story and are most likely present in the stories being referenced and discussed. But worth mentioning, I just love Le Guin's writing, and I want to hear what she has to say about everything that she's done. So, yeah, this is on the cases of I want to read this book, and it fits the book club theme, so I'm nominating it. I feel like I didn't advertise that very well. I'm kind of just relying on the like the like Le Guin bonus points. But yeah. If you haven't read any of Le Guin's writing, big recommend. Big recommend.
Same.
The Dispossessed was a book club book we had for the nonfiction for the sci-fi and fantasy book club 2 months ago, I believe.
Yeah.
And it was very good. I think it was in my top. It was either 5 or 6 of my top books of the year. So it was. I thought highly of that book. Yeah, very cool, very good. Should we continue on to the next book, or do you have any notes on Le Guin? Just because I know it's not that you also like.
No, just that I love Ursula K. Le Guin, and if you haven't read any of her stuff, go read. Educate yourself.
There's a lot of good jumping off points. The Dispossessed is quite a good one.
Depending on what you like, there's a bunch. If you want to read like fiction work, Dispossessed, Left Hand of Darkness that Danya is currently reading, both great.
I would
Earthsea,
say
if you love fiction, fantasy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you are not someone who primarily reads sci-fi and fantasy but are interested in Le Guin, maybe starting with Earthsea or some of her essays would be good. I really love the essay collection which the Carrier Bag Theory of Fiction is in. I think that's my favourite of the 2 essay collections I've read from her so far.
Yeah. There's a bunch. Just go read Ursula K. Le Guin. Probably one of your favorite authors' favorite author. It's that type of author.
Yeah.
Next one. This one I recommended is Confronting the Classics by Mary Beard, which I think talking about the book should come. So content warnings there are not really any. This is more of a like academic book to a degree, because the person we're talking about and who is teaching us this is Dame Winfred Mary Beard, who is crazy. No, no, she's not crazy at that capacity. She's crazy at what she has done and how influential she is in the term of classics. So Dame Winfred Marybeard, better known as Mary Beard, is a extremely decorated classicist from England. She's British. She is under some stuff that she has done. She is a trustee at the British Museum. She was a professor of the classics at Cambridge. She was a fellow at Northampton and the Royal Academy of Arts, both teaching ancient literature. She is an editor for the Times Literary Supplement, in which she also writes a blog, among many other things. She has also written for the New Yorker and way too many things to mention at this point. So yeah, she is extremely decorated and incredibly learned. She also has mentioning her academic things that she has received will take too long. Um, because she has like 4 bachelors. I'm pretty sure she has 4 masters and she has a PhD. From what I know, she is a philosophy PhD from Cambridge. Um, so extremely decorated classicist. So um, also she has done a lot of work just on TV and in books about the classics. This one specifically is more so she is more learned about like the Roman and the like Greek dramas and like stuff like that. She is in that era of classics. Um and she is good. This book is about specifically a lot of the like larger than life people from that era. So people like Alexander the Great, Nero, Boudicca, also about the places and like the people around that. So like Alexandria, because Cleopatra, for example, and a lot of the works and writings and like all of these things around that. So this is specifically extremely extensive career, but like this is specifically about because we read classics from like this period from like 18 the 19th century 1890. I thought it would be fun to go even further back into classics and like see where a lot of that stuff comes from. And I knew about Mary Beard before. I have not read this book yet. And I knew about it, which is kind of why I suggested it, because I thought it would be interesting to go even further back and see like how this influences even stuff in Wilde's time and then still stuff in our time and like yeah, and I didn't know anything better than Mary Beard to do it because damn. Uh, but yeah, this is about like Roman and Greek classics, the stories around it, and the often hidden side of a lot of those stuff. So like, I know one thing that she talks about in this is the like specific scholarly controversies and popular interpretations of that ancient world. Um, and like how some of it was like not all that accurate, but because a scholar said it, people just accept it as truth, and it's not that. So like stuff like that and fun stuff like that is like talked about, but also like the witty side and the like expertise and stuff that comes out from those societies.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting idea for a book and a really great source on it, particularly for the kind of I alluded to it earlier. When you read older books, you often feel like you lose some of the contemporary context as a source and
Yeah,
discussion of it. Yeah, yeah.
and this is basically somebody going in and putting that contemporary context back in all of these stories and going like, okay, so this is what they meant, this is what their understanding of this was, and this is how we would understand it now.
Mhm.
From somebody that's probably the, if not the most learned, the most well known and most practiced in this field. Because yeah. And she wrote this pretty late in her life as well. This came out in 2013. She was like
I believe she's still working.
late 50s. Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
She was late 50s when this released and when this came out. So like this isn't even one of her early works where she was less learned. This is like lived experiences of her classics and all of the knowledge and understanding that she has. But she is still working. She is 71, by the way, and still doing it.
Yeah.
Crazy. Awesome lady.
Yeah. It was someone
Fantastic.
who I recognized the name of the author when I saw the submission, and I was like, oh, I know her. Where do I know her from? And then it turns out from like 10,000 instances of being referenced or featured on the BBC. Um,
Yeah.
just from being someone who watches educational documentaries too much growing up in Britain. Um, but, but yeah, so meandering over to the next book, we have another kind of classic in the sense that we picked a classic last month. We got another one here, although marginally more contemporary, from 1925, Mrs. Dalloway by Virginia Woolf. I think one of the most well-known Virginia Woolf stories, between this and A Room of One's Own.
Yeah.
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 I'm gonna read the description because I don't really know how to address it without just kind of going Virginia Woolf fighting cool. So, Mrs. Dalloway, published on the 14th of May 1925, is a novel by Virginia Woolf that details a day in the life of Clarissa Dalloway in a post-World War I England. Mrs. Dalloway continues to be one of Woolf's best-known novels, credited from two short stories, Mrs. Dalloway in Bond Street and The Unfinished, The Prime Minister. The novel story is of Clarissa's preparations for a party of which she's to be the hostess. With the interior perspective of the novel, the story travels forwards and back in time, and in and out of characters' minds to construct a complete image of Clarissa's life, of the interwar social structure. And so, this is an interesting book for a few reasons, in that it is, I think, probably the most famous example of the kind of controversial new writing style that Virginia Woolf was one of the figureheads of, with the lack of some of the traditional hallmarks of structure and consistent narrative, with the like lack of linear narration and lack of unspecified swap in character, etc. And I forgot the name of the movement because I'm sleepy. But it's very interesting from a context from that perspective. I read it quite a long time ago, so it's going to be quite exciting for me to reread because I feel like I'd get more out of it reading it now. And yeah, it's a relatively short one at 200 pages. I'm going to quickly mention the content warnings because there are some notable ones, as if you know about Virginia Woolf's life, maybe to be expected or connected, there is quite heavy reference throughout in the book as like a heavy theme and topic of suicidal thoughts and mental illness. And there is also a discussion of war, but not in the present and the consequence of war, but still as a significant theme. And
Specifically World War One.
Yeah, specifically World War One, but the yeah the like post it's specifically World War One, but it generally deals with like post-war recovery as a theme on a interpersonal note. I think would be a good way to describe it.
Yeah. So it doesn't mention World War One. Specifically, it's about the struggle of PTSD from a war. But the war is World War One. That's the like explicit war it's from. But it doesn't deal with World War One. It's just like the PTSD from a war.
Yeah. In reference to that, some less major themes, but other things referenced as content warnings is, I I think there's some of the mental health issues that are depicted can, not in the language of the book or the time, but in line with depictions of schizophrenia or psychosis and derealization, which some people like to look out for specifically. And then I believe there is also relative to the period instances of classism, misogyny, and homophobia and xenophobia of, if I just kind of say the nature of classics and older literature, whilst being unhappy about it, but not in the sense of it's a central point, but in the time period of the piece of work, and the kind of passive nature of it from that period that was regrettably present. Virginia Woolf, cool writer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This book, cool book.
I think it's my second favorite. No, that's a lie. It's my second favorite fiction book by Virginia Woolf. I prefer some of her non-fiction to her fiction. My favorite's Orlando. But
okay.
Yeah.
One of my favorite Virginia Woolfs.
That's very fair.
I prefer her other contender for most well-known book of all time, which is On the Lighthouse.
Oh, On the Lighthouse, yeah. Would you say that's as well known as
Yes.
Dalloway? Interesting.
I don't think it's as influential, but I think it's as well known.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think most people think it's her best book ever. Sorry, not On the Lighthouse, To the Lighthouse. I think people think that is her most written book, period. And I kind of agree. I think it's her best book by far.
That's fair. Yeah, it's a very good book. I found Orlando more interesting in terms of subject, but yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Anyway, Virginia Woolf, cool writing, and also someone who is a classic author whose books aren't 800 pages long, which as someone who has committed the cardinal sin of nominating 800-page books and not realizing until after book club, I'm trying to do my best to redeem myself. But yeah.
Actually, that's a good point. Confronting the Classics is 384 pages. What I ate.
The Wave of the Mind is 340 pages. They've all been. If a book is between 250 and 350 pages, to me that is just book length. If it's under 200, it's short. If it's over 500, it is either a fantasy book or, if not fantasy, a long book. This is my internalization.
What's 18 1 year? What 18 1 year is 370 pages.
Okay, so book
for
length.
the hardcover. So.
See, you never know with hardcovers because sometimes they just put 12 spaces between each line, and I feel a bit silly.
Yeah. That's why I have to clarify 370 in the hardcover, because sometimes they have a page of nothing.
I will say, in hardcovers, with my dyslexia, if there is more space between lines, I find it harder to move from one line to the other without getting lost. And so, although I think the hardbacks are beautiful and they're generally also, the author gets a higher proportion of the revenue of buying the book if you are intending to buy a book to support an active author, I find it harder to read hardbacks sometimes, whereas with paperbacks they tend to have tighter, smaller printing, which for some reason is easier for me to read without getting lost between lines. Also, whatever the negative version of a call out post for Lord Henry because his rants made me lose my place, because if someone monologues for a page, there's no indentations to help keep your point on the line. I had to use my bookmark perpendicular to the page to hold the line sometimes when I was tired. But yeah, dyslexic mouse. Shall we move on to Ernest Hemingway on writing?
Yeah. Did you nominate this one?
I I believe this was from the farm.
Oh, nice.
And because of that, I forgot to get the description up for it because in my brain I was just like, oh, if it's not the one I submitted, then it's probably Kai.
No, I don't even see mine on the list yet. My last one. And now Daniel's confused. Like, which one did I miss?
Oh. In my defense, that wasn't me being a hater. That was me setting things up quickly.
Was that you being a...
It wasn't. I wasn't trying to be a hater. Okay.
There is provable beef you have with the man. I'm also just messing with you. But you do have provable beef.
I do have beef with Shakespeare's position in modern literature.
Come on, I recommended a fun one.
Yeah.
We can watch the movie with it.
Yeah, we're gonna watch Romeo and Juliet.
No, we're not watching Romeo and Juliet.
Do you want to watch the
Unless
90s
everybody
one?
votes for it. I want to watch the Leonardo DiCaprio one. Because it's got, instead of swords, they use guns.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. I've just realised I should have made you smaller so people can read the text at the bottom of the screen. Get small. You have been shrunk. No more 6 foot Kai. Like 2 foot tall now. I'm the tall one. But yes, up next is Ernest Hemingway on writing.
Yes.
I am struggling. Would you believe that I'm very bad at spelling? No, I found it. I spelt Ernest wrong twice. But that's okay. So this is another short one. It is 160 pages, and it is a informative reflection on writing, kind of in a similar style but less focused on fantasy than we looked at with On Fairy Stories by Tolkien. It discusses nature and habits of writing. It's a somewhat common structure that authors take when reflecting on their field of work. I believe in this case it's slightly atypical in that it is a collection and not a purpose-written book.
So, I have some context on how this happened.
Oh, okay.
So, Hemingway as an author didn't... So, he thought, and it's a joke that he thought this, but he thought it was bad luck to talk about writing and the process of writing.
Mm-hmm.
That it's bad juju to talk about it as a art form type vibe because that'll curse you to have bad writing. To that vibe, not exactly that, but that vibe, right? So he never actually wanted to write a on writing type vibe. He kind of saw that as bad juju, so he never did. But this is in a weird way, because of how much he talked about his books and other authors, by the end of his life, in novels and in stories, in talking to editors, to his friends, just writing to fellow authors or critics and stuff, he actually did a lot of talking about writing. And he actually wrote a ton on the subject of writing, including more so than some authors that set out to talk about writing, interesting enough. And this is kind of the book that came from all of those sections of him talking about writing. This is kind of a idea on his reflections on the nature of writing, even though he said he never wants to talk about writing. So there's a lot of general wisdom, one-off lines of witty stuff that he says, his own humor, his insights into specific writing things, and this almost not this very pure view of writing of somebody that's not thinking he is talking about writing but is. So it's very much like a very pure, unrefined version of his views of writing. Um, which is very interesting because often when you see stuff like this, it's from a very academic, like I'm going to set out to talk about writing perspective, and he did not. This is him just being like almost like book club, where he's just like informally saying like stuff. He does that often. And that's where this is from. That's very fun. I have wanted to read this. I've read some of it. I've read some of his talks on it, but I've not read the whole thing. It's very short though. It's like 160 pages, I think. It's a pretty short thing that he did because it's a collection of most of his words. But yeah, this is him very informally talking about writing because he never actually wanted to talk about writing a lot. But yeah, it's a very fun book, I know.
Yep.
Not that I don't have the Pundit Wars in front of me if you have them. Because I didn't actually open it, I just know about this book.
Yeah. It's been a while since we've done a kind of on writing style book, and so I thought this might be an interesting one. I don't think we've actually had
It
any of
is.
Hemingway's work nominated before.
Nope.
Um,
Which is crazy, now that I think about it.
yeah. As a quick look at content warnings, again, this is a non-fiction book that is less likely to be viewed by the type of people who review on sites like Storygraph, which make it easier to see user-suggested content warnings. So may not necessarily be conclusive, but the only things tagged are alcohol and minor sexual content. So presumably very light on content warnings, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think reading about writers talk about writing is very interesting. Which I suppose you must introduce that one, and so I can do the little segue into the next one, which this is me nominating a book that I would like to read. And I think it's
I
kind
thought
of
this one would be
interesting,
you.
and people may want to read it too, which is called The Curious Researcher by Bruce Ballinger, with the full title being The Curious Researcher, A Guide to Writing Research Papers. And so I think this is an interesting book for two fronts, because it is an appeal and address of how traditional research texts and the kind of inaccessibility and the hostility of them can be overcome, and a guide to engaging with them and reading them. But it's also interesting that this was published in 1997, and I feel like in a slightly more modern context, it is quite interesting given the the current distance. If you think of when this was published, it was a guide of how to interact with academic articles as opposed to now. Maybe more emphasis on just engaging in writing in general. And so I think it's a cool and good theme. It's a topic that I find quite interesting. It is 375 pages with no content warnings. I just think it's a neat concept for a book. I don't know how well it would transfer to book club, but I thought it was kind of cool and unusual as a topic, and so I wanted to suggest it.
Yeah. Sounds interesting.
Yeah. I'm gonna sneeze. Doing my very best not to sneeze. I'm realizing that I messed up the order. Do you want to look at Romeo and Juliet by William Shakespeare next? So it's alternating a bit more.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm down. Okay, it's Romeo and Juliet. I don't know what else to say. It's hard to introduce a book that everybody knows. By an author that everybody knows. But it's Romeo and Juliet. Content warning: suicide, death, murder, violence, grief, blood. There's a little bit of misogyny, minor death of a parent, minor sexual content, very minor sexual content. But yeah, it's Romeo and Juliet. It's It's the love story most love stories either are or are against at this point in time. I'm gonna be so for real. You're either a tragic love story like Romeo and Juliet, or you're a not tragic love story, and are actively going against the idea of Romeo and Juliet at this point. It's so influential. It's William Shakespeare. Um, this is we were reading classics. I think everybody should engage with classics, and Shakespeare is a massive classic that everybody should engage with. I'm being so honest, even though I do think he is over like engaged with specifically in a school setting. Daniel has thoughts about that part, and I agree with them
I
to a large
suffered.
degree. That like the only classic people engage with being Romeo and Juliet, being Shakespeare, I think is not great. But I do think you should still engage with Romeo and Juliet. In a large part, I think. I don't think you should overcompensate on like not engaging with Shakespeare because there's a lot of merit and value in Shakespeare. And also this is a romance because we don't engage with strictly romances a lot. So I wanted to recommend a romance as well.
Mhm.
And a romance that everybody knows and has been so studied and talked about and has so much other context related to it that I think it's an interesting romance to talk about because like a large part of it isn't just about the romance for this one. I feel like because of how much context we have for this specific thing and how much it influences. Um, but yeah, I just think we should also talk about Shakespeare and this. And another thing we often walk around with these is like interpretations of classics. And
Romeo and
don't take
Juliet.
this as don't take this as like a end all be all because like I don't know if it is 100% true, but I feel like this is the most adapted and interpreted classic ever. Um I can't think of anything that gets close to a large degree. So I think this might be true. That this is probably the most adapted and referenced classic. Can you think of anything else?
I'm trying to.
I can't think of anything that gets close.
I'm wondering if there's something older.
Maybe. But at least it's up there. It's like heavily, heavily up there. Um
Yeah, I I,
Also,
I feel I'm gonna praise
there's a lot of
Shakespeare a little bit, but would Hamlet be the most adapted one rather than Romeo and
no,
Juliet? No,
no.
because Romeo and
Because like
Juliet is ubiquitous as a framework for describing romance, but it's not. Yeah, I think there's also
well
an
like
argument for the vampire because it formed the whole modern genre of vampire
yeah,
books.
but
But
like but then like at that point like how much of it is an adaptation of Dracula specifically and how much of it is an adaptation just of vampires because like
well,
also how
yeah,
much of it is like an evolution of Dracula and like not even really what Dracula was at that point and is like just a genre in its own right now at that point we could probably say that tragedy is because like a lot of Shakespeare's tragedy writing is the foundation for how we write tragedies and how we engage with tragedies at this point as like a
hmm
genre perspective on like vampires. So I do think this is probably the most adapted, especially in like TV and movies. There's too many of them. I'm gonna be real. Uh, there's a ton. But if this does get chosen, I will organize and host and get the movie, and we can do a movie night in the server for Romeo and Juliet.
whilst I was
We will
looking,
vote on which one.
whilst I was looking this up, I was just reminded of the fact that the Lion King is a Hamlet retelling. Because
Yeah,
I was just like,
but
I wonder if Hamlet's more, but
in that same capacity, West Side Story is just a Romeo and Juliet retelling.
yeah.
But yeah, there's a bunch of movies we can vote between as like adaptation. We'll probably stick to like the clear Romeo and Juliets and not do like an adaptation of it. Like Underworld is technically a Romeo and Juliet retelling, but We're not watching Underworld for this. So, but yeah, I'll host a movie night for it. We'll probably watch the like Romeo plus Juliet, the like 1996 Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Dunn? Claire Dunn. I think it's Claire Dunn. Claire Danes. Claire Danes. Claire Danes. Romeo and Juliet.
Mhm.
Because I feel like that's the best one. But we also have Nomeo and Juliet in there because Denya wants to watch Nomeo and Juliet.
I just like taking the mickey out of Shakespeare's elevated place in society.
I mean, you say that, but do you know the cast of Nomeo and Juliet?
No?
It's James McAvoy, Emily Blunt, and Michael Caine. It's like and Dame Maggie Smith. It's unironically banging. It's unironically like the cast in it is unironically crazy.
Oh heck, Silas Graveheart, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the library.
Welcome.
Just for the first message, as a quick note, the chat is only moderated in English, so if you could only send messages in English, that would be appreciated.
But yeah, like Romeo and Juliet, unironically, if they put on a like stage production with the cast of Romeo and Juliet, it would go crazy. James McAvoy, Emily Blunt, Michael Caine, Maggie Smith, Jason Statham, Patrick Stewart. Like,
That's kind of crazy.
unironically, goes off. Also, just fun fact in that Ozzy Osbourne and Dolly Parton are also in it.
Do you know my keyboard switch when I played Helldivers? I only have my keyboard on one alphabet now because I type without looking at. I alternate between not looking at my keyboard on my screen, and I have suffered from it in the past, so I understand. Hello, I hope you're having a good day. If I say I've seen Romeo and Juliet at the Globe Theatre, are you going to be grumpy because I'm still a kind of Shakespeare hater?
No, that's fine.
Mhm.
Honestly, I know why you don't like Shakespeare. I get it. Like I said, I do think to a degree it is an like he is over like don't just study every Shakespeare if you're studying the classics in school.
Yeah.
But like you should still study Shakespeare. He is one of the most influential authors ever. Like we should still talk about Romeo and Juliet and stuff like that, but I get that like in school don't just do Shakespeare. Come on, but like so you are valid in that like it would have been cool if you got something other than Shakespeare, but I do think Shakespeare still has a lot of merits and value. And
I will say I am biased specifically towards Richard II as my favourite Shakespeare because I got to see David Tennant in it, and I think David Tennant is cool.
Yeah.
So
I Romeo and Juliet's not my favorite Shakespeare either. I feel like it's the most new person friendly and talking friendly. My favorite Shakespeare is Much Ado. Much Ado About Nothing is
I was gonna say I feel like Much Ado might be or why can I remember the opening stanzas but not the name?
Yes.
Midsummer.
What's the opening stanza?
I've remembered the title now because I'm gonna googling A Midsummer's Night Dream.
Yeah.
But that was also the first one I read, so that might be why.
His comedies are pretty easy to get into. Most of his comedies.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like the comedies are more digestible than tragedies to a modern audience because the contemporary notion of engaging with tragedy is different now to how it was at the time.
Yeah. That is true. I just think like most people already engaged to some capacity with Romeo and Juliet in that it is adapted or like what's the word, like inspiration for most like a ton of romance and like those like types of romance that like at some level you already know the story of Romeo and Juliet, if you understand what I mean. At some level
it's kind of like the
Romeo
picture of Dorian Gray in an extent, to an extent.
Yeah.
Um,
Where like most people would find Much Ado About Nothing pretty easy to get into, but not most people know Much Ado About Nothing. There's a few more things that time-wise, from the time, it's from
yeah,
it's from the 1500s. It's from 15 like it's from 1590s. Ooh,
oof,
that's
indeed.
even worse than the 1800s. It's even worse than the 1800s.
Oh, interesting. I'm in high school. We've never covered Shakespeare. Part of me wonders if it's a UK high school thing. I do think part of it
No,
was.
because we did it here too.
Yeah, I think how do I phrase it? Less present than because of the impact. How do I go on this? Explain this without going on a tangent of how colonialism has impacted education systems.
Yeah,
There is a global
we
skew
are very
towards
clear.
historical English media and still contemporary English media, but there would naturally be more emphasis of it within the UK.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
absolutely. I
Okay.
agree.
Interesting.
Because yes, I am from a country that was very clearly colonized by Britain and well, okay, it's the Netherlands and then Britain, but
Mm-hmm.
mostly the Netherlands. But like, there's definitely a heavy British influence in culture
Yeah.
and like our colonization. But yeah, basically the West Indies Company.
Okay. Shall we move on to our final book? Um, Now, this is actually one of my 26 books for 26, which is a book that I've heard
Hmm.
great things about, but haven't read myself and want to, which is Sister Outsider, Essays and Speeches by Audre Lorde, who is a very good writer. Um, and so it's a collection of essays that were written between 1976 and 1984, and it addresses different literary and philosophical ideas and kind of gives, I think, can be used as like a broad establishing text for some of the key ideas within Lord's work and career. Um, but I'm just going to read the description, which is these essays explore and illuminate the roots of Lord's intellectual development and her deep-seated, long-standing concerns about the way of increasingly empowering amongst minority women writers and the absolute necessity to explicate the concept of difference according to sex, race, and economic status. The Sister Outsider finds its source in her poetry collection, The Black Unicorn. These poems and essays in Sister Outsider stress Lord's oft-cited theme of continuity, particularly of the geographical intellectual link. And I think it's cool author who I've wanted to read more work of. And it's one of those things where I look at these and I think, oh, I'm surprised I haven't read them yet. Um, yeah, I don't know if you
Yeah.
have any experience or comment on this. I don't know if you've read this.
No, I have not. I
Um,
did see it on your 26 for 26.
mhm.
That seemed interesting, but I haven't read it. Seems interesting. I'm curious now. I might just read it.
Yeah, it's kind of um it's interesting. It discusses a lot of kind of different themes through the framework of her experiences. So there's discussion about I've not read it, so this is again just from like summaries and recommendations, but uh, the negative experiences that result from existing sexism, heteronormativity, racism, homophobia, classism, and ageism, and then also the effects of ill health with cancer on individuals and how they can stack up and are implemented differently as systematic effects that make it harder for certain people. In a kind of mild way of describing it. You might be able to tell by some of the topics that there's some content warnings that are relevant to the topic and thought of discussion. Um,
Hmm.
And so there is discussion of racism, homophobia, sexism, and misogyny as the kind of central or graphic warnings, but there is also more minor mention of racial slurs, cancer, sexual assault, and reference to police brutality and colonization in its consequences. And I believe those are the main ones.
Yeah.
So there's kind of some difficult topics attached to it, but as a kind of natural consequence of the themes being discussed. So yeah, an essay collection that I'd quite like to read at some point, and that might be an interesting one.
Book club. It seems pretty book club adjacent. That would be fun to read on a book club, you know?
Yeah, it's one of those cases where Lord is an author who I've known about for a while, and I was reminded of recently that I haven't read much of her work, and I was just like, that feels incorrect. I've got to fix that. And so I thought I'd mention it here because someone from my understanding of those around me is highly regarded, but I don't see talked about a huge amount relative to some of her contemporaries. So yeah, I think that's all nominations for today. Most books I usually read are connected to mechanical concepts. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's been a while since we've read a purely informative, technical non-fiction book club book, because we had a few for a while, didn't we? We had Barbarians at the Gate regarding the structure of leverage buyout stock company transfers, and then we had Light Eaters, and what would be the most recent one?
Good question.
I'm gonna check the
What
playlist.
is the most like informative that we've? I don't. Have we read one recently?
It's been a while. Because I suppose you have the notion of like a technical informative one, because the Book of Tea is informative, but it's in a kind of socio-philosophical context rather than as a technical manual. Would the most recent one be Why Machines Learn?
Yeah, that is pretty explicitly like informative, breaking down like math and like algorithms and things.
Interesting book. I have managed to get 2 people to read it since book club, and so I am once again rewarded for getting the physical copy of something.
Oh, nice. That's sick. It is a very interesting book. It was a very fun read.
One of my favorite YouTube channels is Tale Foundry. I'm not sure if I've encountered them. It's always so remarkable to me how many big YouTube channels there are that I haven't encountered. Like the abundance of popularity on the internet is remarkable and difficult to conceptualize.
Tale Foundry is very interesting.
Should we get to voting?
Tale Foundry is like I don't want to say like semi-horror vibes, but semi-horror vibe, like how dark some stuff was before, and like it's about like semi-horror. No, it's pretty explicitly horror, but like it talks about a lot of fun horror things. I think its newest video is about like how the original Pinocchio was like a weirdly violent like horror vibe book.
Oh, interesting.
It's stuff like that. They've got a very good video about like the opposite of like, so cosmic horror is about like stuff bigger than you. Micro cosmic horror is about stuff that's infinitely small, or like the idea of being infinitely small and stuff like that. It's so cool. How like, yeah, how about Yeah, it's very fun. There's a bunch of very fun videos about like the horror stuff.
Interesting. I am a bit of a scaredy mouse, so it explains why I've not encountered it. But I have written up the poll. I'm going to start the first half. So the structure of nominations, because of the limitations of Twitch's polling system, we have to vote in parts. So you get to vote in
I
two.
didn't know you started the poll.
I said it before.
I didn't. I can speed write the next section.
You've got 2 minutes. So the nominations for the first half are What I Ate in a Year by Stanley Tucci, The Wave in the Mind by Ursula K. Le Guin, Confronting the Classics by Mary Bird, and Mrs. Dalloway by Virginia Woolf. As previously referenced, the voting happens in 2 halves, and so you get the chance to vote in both the first and second half, and then the winner of each half is brought through in a runoff final. You don't have to only vote once across the 2 halves. So, yep. Who are you going to be voting for, Kai, whilst the vote runs? So you'll be stuck in no voting poll making jail.
I'm not sure. I think Confronting the Classics would be a very interesting read for like even older classics and like having the perspective of somebody like that.
Mm-hmm. I think this might sound a little silly, but I think it's probably the book that's best suited for discussion out of the list.
I agree. I think so too.
But there's a lot of interesting books. I love Le Guin. I'm always going to be biased to Le Guin. I think having a memoir limited to a year and framed by the cultural significance of food is a really interesting way to address it for the Stanley Tucci book.
Yeah, I think so too.
And yeah, Virginia Woolf.
Virginia Woolf is Virginia Woolf. Amazing author.
It looks like there is 1 minute left on the clock. If you have not voted yet, now's your chance. Ooh. I've actually already read one of Virginia Woolf's works this year, but it was one of her really short stories, so I don't know if it counts. Which is, I read Kew Gardens.
Interesting.
Which I'd actually not read before because I'd only read her
That's interesting.
longer works. Well, Kew Gardens only 50 pages, really, in its entirety.
It's very short.
So I think when I went through my spree of reading as many classically acclaimed books as I could, I viewed anything under 100 pages as like I don't know, it didn't fully align with my motivations to read the classics, and so I didn't really engage with many of the short stories unless they were collections. Okay, and I suppose there's a few seconds left, so maybe I'm announcing it prematurely, but it looks like we have a tie for the 2 books being brought through with Confronting the Classics and Mrs. Dalloway. And so...
Oh, interesting. Even with my one vote?
Oh wait, in that case, Confronting the Classics is getting brought through for the finale.
Wait, what did you vote for? Did you vote in the poll?
I voted in the poll. I voted
nice.
for Confronting the Classics because I think it's the most interesting to discuss. I want to read all of these books as the issue, and so I have to think about which ones I think would be most interesting to do as part of book club. Not to just be like...
I noticed I made a spelling error. I quickly
I've made so many spelling errors. It's okay. Blame it on me. The power of it being on my channel imbued with spelling errors. Go, be free.
No, I can't leave a Okay, I made a lot of spelling errors. Forgive me.
The poll is live. Now?
Give me one thought.
The poll is live. This isn't going to work because of the Twitch delay. The poll is live now. Okay, and so for
wait, Twitch delay. Maybe you should have said it.
So because of the second half of the votes is going to be between Ernest Hemingway on Writing, The Curious Researcher, A Guide to Writing Research Papers by Bruce Ballinger, A Sister Outside A, Essays and Speeches by Audre Lorde, and Romeo and Juliet by William Shakespeare. So as said before, you can vote in both halves of the poll. It's like 2 segmented votes, and then we'll be bringing the finalists through of each.
Can I take a guess at the word I misspelled 3 times?
Hemingway?
Ernest.
You know,
Don't
fair
ask.
enough.
Don't ask.
I don't know what to vote for. Because I'm
Not either. I'm conflicted.
What are you conflicted between? You've got 2 minutes to hash it out and I'm not decided yet, so maybe it'll influence me. Gotta go
I
have a
kind
nice
of do want to
sneeze.
read Romeo and Juliet.
Thank you, Russell. Have a good weekend too. See you later.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Restmore.
Thank you for hanging out.
Bye, Restmore.
Oh heck, we're halfway there. We've gotta make decisions.
I'm curious about Romeo and Juliet for the interest in for the interest in classics specifically. And I do think Shakespeare would be fun to talk about to a large degree. Noted that you have beef with the man.
I do
Not with
have
the man, but with like how much he is taught. And very clear tie-in that we can do a movie night about Romeo and Juliet. And then we could talk about adaptation.
Yeah, that's true. I am tied between Ernest Hemingway on writing and The Curious Researcher, I think. Because I think Sister Outside is very interesting, but I think essay collections can be difficult to talk about in a book club structure. And so I do certainly want to read that, but I don't know if it's one which isn't as suited to the format as the others potentially. But
I do think we often do talk about like on writing style books that like twice we've done them with like what's his name? Tolkien.
Murakami and Tolkien?
It was both times we did it, it was pretty interesting because we didn't necessarily talk exactly about what was in it.
Pardon me.
We talked about the ideas that also bless you. We talked about the ideas they brought up and how they interact with and how it shows up in their own writing. And I think with Hemingway that would be pretty easy and cool to do.
Yeah.
Especially since this isn't him talking about like his own writing because he refused to do that, but it's talking about like how he views writing.
I'm gonna sneeze again. Pardon me.
I'm waiting. Was
Was it so
I was
loud it
waiting for
peeked
it
out
to
on the
say another
microphone?
bless. It was so loud that peaked on the microphone.
Okay, well that was a big sneeze to conclude. I'm struggling to bite because I keep being about to sneeze.
A tie between Ernest Hemingway and Curious Researcher.
Oh, okay. I'm making the final poll now. Would you guess how many times I've spelled Hemingway wrong?
Interesting. I spelt Ernest wrong.
I had a lecturer at university called Ernest. Okay. Final poll. I had to email him a lot of questions. There was typesetting mistakes in some of his assignments, but I really liked his class, so. Bless you. Oh, thank you, Dest. I mean, it's interesting. Okay, so the final poll, we have a tie win for both categories. So being pulled through is Confronting the Classics by Mary Beard, Mrs. Dalloway by Virginia Woolf, Ernest Hemingway on Writing and the Curious Researcher by Bruce Ballinger. Democracy! Woo! I feel like, in a strange way, Confronting the Classics and the Curious Researcher have a similar appeal. In that, although one's in a literary and the other in an academic text, it's about providing context and deconstruction and deconstructive skills to generally inaccessible media.
I'd
Which
agree.
is an interesting overlap.
To a degree.
I don't know who to vote for.
Honestly, I think confronting classics is closer to Ernest Hemingway on writing.
Oh, interesting.
It breaks down stories and how we told stories and why we tell stories and how writing works in stories and how we engage with those stories.
Actually, you know what? That's fair. That makes Mrs. Dalloway quite an interesting outlier, but I suppose having a bunch of books about writing and then one classic does kind of fit the format of this of this book club. I'm not sure. I am kind of leaning again to that. I think confronting the classics is going to be the most interesting to discuss. But
I think so too.
on writing is also, as a like general style of book, a very interesting one to talk about. So
We always
Ernest
have fun
Hemingway's
talking
one.
about them.
We do. Well, it's been a few months since we've
Especially
done
when it's
one.
an author we like.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when it's an author we like Murakami, or Tolkien, or Hemingway.
Yeah.
We still need to do the biggest on writing one. Which is Stephen King.
Yeah. Though I will say, I haven't read a huge amount of Stephen King, so.
Yeah, but like as an on writing book, his is probably the most well known of
That's
like.
fair. Oh, I'm so sneezy. Okay. Hemingway is interesting because his writing was a result of his mental illness. I don't actually know much about the life of Hemingway,
Oh,
which,
interesting.
yeah, now that I think about it, I don't know if I have much context of his work outside of them. I think I just consume them in isolation. And yeah. Hmm. I guess I'm gonna have to add more books to my tibia. Who could have seen this coming? Oh, the poll is finished. The time ran away from me. I hope you weren't awaiting my final shooing to go vote. And winning is Confronting the Classics by Mary Bird, which I am very excited to read. I hope I didn't sway people too much, but I also think this will be a great book for book club. So if I did sway you, I hope you enjoy it.
I mean, I did talk about her specifically for about as long as we did half of the other nominations, so.
To be fair, that's how long it takes to list her accolades. So
Yeah, it does.
I'm I'm about to say something which is going to irk you, which is I kind of want to reread or read every book that is nominated here except Romeo and Juliet.
I know you don't want to read Romeo and Juliet. That's why I nominated Romeo and Juliet so that we can talk about Shakespeare, because I know you're not going to talk about Shakespeare.
I think Shakespeare's plays are interesting. I'm just irritated by him irrationally so. And so
I know. That's why we'll never talk about him. So like I need to make it the book club book so that we have to talk about him.
if you become wait,
Wait,
if you
for my birthday, can there be Kai choice?
we can
Where there's no
since you've said
democracy?
you're going to start streaming again and you're going to do the D&D campaigns, we can do the birthday like pseudo book club where you can pick one or a few of Shakespeare's works for me to read or watch stage shows of, and we can talk about them.
Bet deal.
That way I'm crashing out on your channel and not mine. But yeah,
I don't think about that one.
no, we can do something for. I think that'd be fun. It's fun based. I really wanted to read To Kill a Mockingbird, and instead I read 4 Shakespeare plays. Okay.
If it's on my channel, and if it's like I get to choose, we're reading Much Ado About Nothing.
I'm okay
And
with
watching
that.
the Much Ado About Nothing David Tennant version.
Oh, is there a recorded stage version of it? Or is there an adaptation?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, there's a recorded stage version of it.
I haven't
That's
seen
great.
it.
That's fantastic.
We love David Tennant. I find him very endearing. I
I love David Tennant. Bro's a badass.
I encountered him
I
as
love
Doctor
him.
Who, and I have been emotionally attached to him ever since. um, Classic.
Valid.
Although I will
Valid.
say, I feel very silly because you have the experience where you feel a bit ridiculous because you're a fan of an actor and you're just like, oh, look, there's the silly little guy, gender neutral guy that I think is cool. And then you just be like, oh, he's on screen. He keeps playing incredibly villainous people in recent shows. And I'm just like, I can't be thinking, oh, look, there's the silly little guy because you're a good actor and you're evil, but you're not. But you're evil. Yeah. Yeah. If I ever need energy, look up David Tennant interacting with convention panel audiences.
Mm.
That brings me the joy in life. Okay, so
Agreed.
I am
I
overcaffeinated.
love David Tennant.
I also at turn based. I can't tell if this is about having beef with Shakespeare or adoration of David Tennant, but Tunda has good takes, so I'm going to assume both. I'm projecting your words
More.
onto topics. I apologize.
But then you have like 2 months to get into a Shakespeare mood.
Okay. Pick the date. It doesn't have to be like on the birthday. You can schedule around it. I'm not. I'm not going to be that demanding. But yeah, we can read or watch a Shakespeare.
Heck yeah. Let's go. We can read Much Ado and watch Much Ado. I'll only get you. So like you're getting with one Shakespeare. Technically in two formats, but one Shakespeare.
I'm at peace with
That
this.
way it's like vibes.
I feel like it benefits specifically with Shakespeare to watch the stage play and then read the writing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's what I want to do. Like, it's my favorite version of Much Ado, which is the David Tennant's like stage play version, and then reading it, which I think is the way to do it, is to watch it and then read it. I
Yeah.
agree. That's the best way to engage with David Tennant is watch it and then go read it. Because I think with specifically Shakespeare, if you only read Shakespeare, you're doing a disservice to Shakespeare.
I've just thought a note on the picture of Dorian Gray that I forgot about.
Hmm.
So we're going back
We didn't do
briefly.
final thoughts.
Yeah, okay. So, not final thoughts. Imagine this is
Oh.
well, I have a thought, which in chapter 19 or 20, I can't remember, is either the penultimate or ultimate chapter, when Henry and Dorian are talking, and Henry mentions offhandedly the young man who he's met who reminds him of Dorian when he was younger, and him and Dorian have a discussion which mimics some of the themes of their first conversation, and they call back to how similar the discussion is, and it feels cyclical. And I wanted to kind of address the notion of that as this being a singular event for Dorian because it is his life and its conclusion lies within the story, but a repeated pattern for Lord Henry.
Hmm.
Because it did feel like it was intended as a cyclical note there with let me get my notes back open. Ba, 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 ba. The where are my notes? But yeah, it's kind of interesting because you have the impression of Dorian comes back from the countryside and catches up with Henry, and they introduce themselves to each other in their current state, but in a way that's reminiscent of talking about their recent affairs as when they're first introduced. And then Henry talks about his views on the world as it's difficult to get him to stop, and Dorian poses the idea of saying, would you believe that I killed Basil Howard? I think Howard's the surname. and then Henry goes into the line of, no, you couldn't, you're too good, I can see it. And then he talks about how Dorian has retained, and I think quotes his earlier sentence when first discussing Dorian's appearance about the goodness of it, and how he is entertained and charmed by his elegance of appearance and therefore nature. And it feels very cyclical. And then Henry mentions that Dorian should come out to the club because there's, I believe the quote was, another young charming man who has caught his eye and reminds him of Dorian in some way. And so I wonder if in part the framing of Henry finding a new muse for corruption, for want of a better phrasing, was what signaled the end of the Dorian cycle, and is why that was the moment where he snapped narratively, that was the day he died, or was the day that Henry in some way or another moved on and no longer focused on being a corrupting influence to Dorian.
Yeah.
That it was complete. And so I thought that was quite interesting. And it further cements the notion of Henry as the main character, because, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any notes on that? I realize we jumped back into that at the end because I forgot to talk about it earlier. But
No, that. Yeah, I do like that. I do think that is very interesting. Of like, because I agree. I did get the like, what's the word? Like, the cyclical nature of it as well, which is a very interesting. Like, I don't want to say idea, but like, you know what I mean?
yeah, it adds a layer to the context of Henry's actions. That this wasn't an
Yeah.
extraordinary event the way he acted towards Dorian. That this was just a pattern of his behavior that maybe held his attention longer than usual because of the extreme nature that the portrait facilitated.
Yeah.
Should we?
Agreed.
Do you have any other thoughts before we finally do the wrap up?
No,
Okay.
just that this is a very good book.
Is it what I expected going
I
into
like
it?
it.
I've read it before. I forgot.
Same.
I think when I first read it, I was of the attitude that I didn't want to think that strong narrative voices in classics were annoying, because I felt that that was a sign of me not appreciating it enough and not being intellectual enough. But I don't think that's true, and I think you can find people in classics annoying, and Henry annoys me. So, but yeah, having characters who you wouldn't want to have a tea party with is a necessary and engaging part of literary hobbies. How much did I like this book? A strange question. It's a great book, but again, I find the book as a discussion almost more interesting than the book, and innately the book must exist for it to be discussed. But I think because it is a piece of work that, like Romeo and Juliet, has permeated media so much, outside from remarking on the quality of the on-page writing, because we see the themes and the motifs so regularly explored, and that they are the central part of the story. These are characters written to explore ideas. That it's hard to appreciate in a sense, because we see this story in so many other stories. It's hard to find it new and exciting in the way that most stories are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get what you mean.
I also think that I don't like rushing classics because I don't read quickly.
Hey, half of that was on you.
That was entirely on me. I got too annoyed at Henry and put the book down for too long. In my defense, I've read 4 classics so far this year, so I don't know why I'm doing
On
this.
your own reading speed and timeline, you read the slow. This one was on you.
Yeah, I made mistakes. I need to schedule my book reading time better. But no, I liked it. I liked it. I found it interesting. I think it might be normally when we discuss a book for book club, I've had a day or two between finishing it and getting to sit on my thoughts and reflect before I talk about it. Whereas here I've had like 6 hours, or 6 hours since the start of book club. I've had 12 hours now, which is double the amount of time from the start. But I feel like I find this book in the on-page writing incredible. Oscar Wilde is a poet and a good one, but yeah, I think it was a good book. I wouldn't read a sequel, but I have and will read more works by the author. If you ever are struggling to think of a good comeback in an argument, read some of Oscar Wilde's letters.
Yeah.
Especially to his ex-fiancée who went on to marry Bram Stoker, whose name I have forgotten. Some incredible petty letters there. What I can only view as the historical context of like a messy 2 a.m. text screenshot getting leaked on someone's Instagram stories somehow got preserved in time. Beautiful records, incredible statements. Who would I recommend it for? This is kind of an oh wait, I was going to say, how much did you like the book? Because you kind of just said I like it a lot, but I feel like that was a that was a summary statement. You didn't really get a chance to address it fully.
No, I enjoyed the picture of Oscar Wilde and what it
The picture of
inspires
Oscar
a lot.
Wilde.
I like the picture of Dorian Gray, Dorian Gray, and what it's never leaving my mind. It's no, it's.
What if I say, what about, I was doing a dyslexia and at one point I wrote the picture of Dorian Gray, like the fruit. If would that help?
No, I think my brain is just. I think my brain is just messed on it now.
I mean,
I like the picture of Dorian Gray.
Sorry.
By Oscar Wilde. I liked it. It's a good book. It inspires great things. I love the on-page writing. I think Oscar Wilde is a great on-page writer. And I think the picture of Dorian Gray is a great example of it.
Thank you.
And no, I did not have to focus to say Dorian Gray and Oscar Wilde there.
I don't know how to quantify it, but you somehow embodied the like petulant nature of a year 8 being asked to read aloud from their like book review in an English class. It was a remarkable depiction. But yeah, I think you've read Oscar Wilde quite broadly before, so if you would read another book by the author, I don't think applies to you. Yeah.
I don't think if I can read another new Oscar Wilde. I think I've read all of them. I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if you ask me if I'm gonna read a new Brandon Sanderson, there's no new ones to read. I can't. I've read it all.
Okay. And the last one, which I think is almost the most interesting one, which is who would I recommend it to? Because from my perspective, although this is an influential book, I feel like the classics are valuable, but you have to want to read a classic to enjoy it a lot of the time. I think
agree.
There's like exceptions, but there's an amount of work and engagement that sometimes comes with the distance of history that makes the writing harder to engage with, or just the density of ideas and principles in them. But I think if you are someone who is interested in either the aesthetic or the decadent movement as the like primary motivator, this is a great book to read for the kind of accumulation of that in the English high society. I feel like if you're a classics enthusiast, you've probably read this book. But it's good. I don't know who I would suggest it to, which feels a little bit strange, because when I try and think who that I know would I recommend this book to, I Like, I can't think of a singular demographic that would enjoy it but might not know of it, if that makes sense. Because normally we can say, oh, people who enjoyed this book are people who read primarily on this motivating factor. But what about you? What are your thoughts on it? Because I was kind of stumped on this one.
I kind of agree. Like with classics, it's always a thing of like, I feel like classics you have to engage with willingly to a large part.
Mm-hmm.
So in that capacity, here's the thing. I would recommend this. My statement at the end is I wouldn't recommend it to anybody, but not in that I don't think people should read it. In that I don't think you should recommend this book unless somebody asks you if they should read a classic, what they should read. This isn't like a this isn't like a classic fiction book that you can just recommend to somebody blindly. I feel like you have to willingly engage with it to get to a place where you would want to read this.
Actually,
And that's where I think this falls, is in if you're asking me, can I suggest a classic to you? I would recommend this to you. But if you're just asking like I go out and say like I think you should read this book, it's probably very low on the list because like yeah,
I have
it's
thought.
like
Oh,
it's in the same place as most classics though, I will say. That's my last thought on it. Is like most classics, I don't go out and it's not like I go out and say like you should go read Romeo and Juliet. Um, it's not this like it's that capacity of like most classics fall into this spot. You know what I mean?
I have thought of a caveat, which is I
Yeah.
think Oscar Wilde is incredibly interesting for his position as a writer, particularly as a gay man and a writer at a time where this was not allowed. And if you are someone who is interested in depictions of queer cultures in a non like persecutory way of the time, I don't know if persecutory is the right formation of the word that I'm looking for, but works from within the community, essentially, and works that have influenced it, I think that would be the type of person who I would be most likely to recommend the book to in terms of
Yeah, I could
what
see
would be
that.
most interested, because I feel like that's
I will say most people that are interested have read Oscar Wilde before,
yeah.
since he is like probably the biggest of that for the 18th, the 19th, and like early 20th century.
I think that is fair and true to an extent, but I also think that you forget the latest generation of people on TikTok. Um, like maybe, yeah. I'm sure there are people in what generation are they up to now? Is it Alpha? The skibbity ones, or they
Yeah.
don't skibbity anymore. I'm sure there are people who are of the like younger generation of like 14 and 15 who have read Oscar Wilde, but I think the notion that he is as ubiquitous with that generation as some of the previous ones is not necessarily true.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Should you just call all of you out? Well, I think it's more so the cultural touchstones don't remain the same between generations, and it's very easy not to notice because you're still acclimatized to the key cultural references from when you first encountered them. And
Mm.
it's hard to know what they are now without being a kind of cultural analyst or being a part of it. But I don't know. I to be fair, I could see Oscar Wilde's like insults being like a pretty good TikTok series. Reading Oscar Wilde's like one line barbs. Um, I just realized I've so clear how dangerous I didn't think I'd pinpoint a decade, let alone a year. A few hundred. It's difficult to convert mouse years to human years. I've given up. Um,
Sure, buddy.
I'm really sad I didn't get to go to Warp Tour, if that's any help.
Mm.
Anyway, continuing on, I think that's our closing notes. It's interesting. I really don't know who to recommend classics to, because outside of where it's subsequently influenced and being interested in those specific topics, I'm a few hundred years old, but maybe not 300 years old. It's hard to pinpoint. Um, um, I'm gonna do the outro. So we found the picture of Dorian Gray interesting, and for next month's book club, we have conflicting.
No, I'm fucking with you. Yes, I did. I did find the picture of Dorian Gray interesting. And for next month's book, we're talking about another interesting book.
Confronting the Classics,
namely
by Mary Bird, and we are going to be continuing meeting on Saturday the 7th of March at 7 p.m. GMT. I accidentally forgot to delete the message about swapping it to a Friday. Just ignore that, we're meeting on a Saturday. If you enjoyed book club so much that in the meantime you would like it to be sooner, we have the sister companion book club of this one, which is the sci-fi and fantasy book club, which we are currently reading The Gunslinger by Stephen King, which is like a little bit of a step outside of our usual reading. It's not very horror by Stephen King standards, but relatively horror by ours. So it's an interesting middle point. I'm kind of excited for it.
Also a little bit more urban fantasy than we usually read. We usually go for like either sci-fi or like fantasy. So like this is an interesting mix in the middle where we don't usually read like a little bit more urban style, like modern style fantasy like that.
Yeah. So
like this is the first fantasy that I think we have that has guns in it.
Yes. Wait. Does Neuromancer
fantasy.
Does Neuromancer count?
No, because that's like sci-fi. And this is explicitly like fantasy, but with like modern, like this is urban fantasy.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it's not sci-fi.
I feel like either somewhere between Inkblood Sister Scribe and Blood of a Whitehaven. I think actually important plot point. Someone gets almost shot in Inkblood Sister Scribe.
True.
But yes,
for the average, it's the more modern, urban fantasy than usual.
It's a little bit outside of our usual kind of grand fantasy, high fantasy setting, which is exciting.
Yeah.
I only vaguely remember having
just
awkward pose. Interesting. Oh,
interesting. Oh, Raspa, we're about to get to the end of.
Good evening, Rust. I'm very
welcome.
welcome. I'm sure I think. Are they still streaming? We yapped for a while before I checked. They've gone. Some I've not got the chance to raid them for a while because they normally stop streaming at a more sensible time than me. Because we're in the same time zone. Some like Cheese.
They are still streaming.
If you in Mouse and Cheese VTuber Natural Friends, some is cool playing Osu. But yes, we'll be meeting in 4 weeks' time on Saturday the 7th of March to discuss Confronting the Classics by Mary Bird, which I'm very excited for. I hope you have enjoyed book club. Apologies, it was a little bit all over the place. I will try to get my brain to remember to read books faster, so I have more ordered notes and therefore more structure to the book club as it is addressed, because I have the tangential power to entirely destroy any structure that the book club may once hold in its vague review format. So apologies, it was a little bit less structured than usual, but I hope it was still interesting. And
I am an agent of chaos constantly living for the app, so
yeah,
I don't help any in that capacity.
It's a remarkable situation when I'm the one trying to keep something on topic.
Yeah, that's every time we do a podcast because I don't do topics. I don't do topics. Honestly, it's the reason we have a structure for like reviews is because I just don't stay on topic, so we had to put a structure in place so that I just don't just yap.
And it doesn't work, but this is the experience. It's what makes it interesting. It's um the lived experience of the live format. Something. But yes, I will see you all tomorrow, but at 1 a.m. So like in 24 hours time from now, I'm doing a collab. I'm playing Peak for the first time with some Arknit friends, and then
Oh.
I will be doing an unscheduled mini stream on Sunday because I have to do missions in Enfield and I want to do them on stream. So bye bye, see you then.
I didn't know you're playing Peak